stream.
Knock my microphone.
Bear with me while I quickly share the stream.
Is that better?
Share the stream to all the places.
Share the stream to all the places.
Share the stream.
YouTube.
Bought the shirt because Matthias said he watches an ASMR artist and was like, "Makes such great thumbnails."
They do.
And I'm like, literally all I can do right now is stare at my boobs. Sorry.
It's
not to get awkward, but I'm just like.
It's funny because we make fun of ASMR all the time because we've got Yeti mics, and Yeti mics. Okay. That's like. If you're in the ASMR community, that's Yeti mics. Everyone does ASMR on Yeti mics. They're so easy to do. Like every ASMR artist does it on a Yeti mic. Especially if you're on TikTok, it's like every third one. But so they're really easy to get real close and do that stuff.
Oh,
and
right.
We do it just to be funny. And I put out a short where we were making fun of that, and someone followed us, and they were an ASMRist, and I thought it was really funny because it was like, man, you were gonna be disappointed when you find out that's
not really our thing.
That's not what this is about. Oh, you're going to be...
Oopsie.
Okay, sorry, bear with me one more second.
My audio's still okay, right?
Yep.
Okay.
We used to do this show on Bluetooth headphones. The fact that you're on a microphone...
We already have a commenter.
Complaining to me like a week ago. I got a new pair of Sony headphones.
Oh yeah.
He took over my old pair, which was exciting for me because normally I get all of his old tech, and I'm like, now you get my old tech. But he was complaining to me about how terrible when he uses them with work, the microphone in them is terrible.
Oh, that sucks.
This isn't so bad. These were actually surprisingly just a cheap pair of. They sound okay, but they're hooked directly into the Yeti. Sorry.
Yeah, these are plugged into the Yeti as well.
Yeah, I got the Sony ones because of the noise canceling. That's what I mostly use them for.
Yeah, that's what I got. I actually got these for the plane, and they work really well with it. When I have them turned on and have the sound canceling and stuff on, it works really well.
Revolutionary.
And they're comfy. Like I like the ones that go over the ears because they're way more comfortable.
Too. Yeah.
I can't do that.
Ones that go on my ears drive me nuts. So
I can't do
the ones that
ones.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say the ones that earbud ones. I usually only use those for work because they block out a lot of the other sound. But they're not as comfortable as this.
John, you said we had a comment. Why don't you read that comment and then I will start the show.
Assad Zakaria says, "Big fan."
Big fan. Big fan of who? Of us?
I'm
you?
I'm guessing Allie.
I'm guessing it must be Allie. It must be We must.
You're obviously a big fan of the skull. Oh yeah, even wore my bat earrings to match.
It's funny because this isn't like we did our spooky. We did an entire month of spooky. Jordan played a character we called Spooky Jordan, which was just
I'm just wearing this because I just got this outfit.
Fair.
I just want to show it off.
I mean, that's fair. You don't really have to justify clothing to me.
We wear the logo every week, so you know.
Yeah.
No, we shamelessly wear the logo every week.
That's fair. I mean, I'd wear it out. I'd be like, "Hey, have you checked out this podcast? It's really awesome."
We have a couple of times because we will go out after the podcast, and there's times where we're like, "Oh yeah, right, we're wearing the merchandise."
We just try not to both be wearing it at the same time because that feels a little bit.
Yeah, we're working on something to
definitely don't work for this podcast.
No, we don't. No, it's not work.
Shameless self-promotion.
No, it's not work. No, we might wear them to a convention and just walk around the floor with them. That's the closest where we're gonna be like, hey, you want to listen? I have had a few people in the real world be like, what's that? You do a podcast? Yeah, I do a podcast. And then you explain what it is. It's like it's a movie. I think I've stolen Jordan's. It's general movie analysis and movie news.
General media analysis
and movie news,
movie news.
That's
my very generic way of describing the show, and it's kind of exactly what it is.
Until the audience kicks in, and then they can leave comments, and then they can name it.
They can vote for a new one.
Yeah, they can vote for a new one.
They can vote for a new one. Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay, let's do this. Intro.
Right, sorry.
Intro. No, it's all good.
Derail.
Oh no! Hey! We're all about derailing.
It'll make for a lot of fun.
I just. There's an intro. I gotta get through it. It's for the Spotify. This is the part of being in a network.
All right.
I'm kidding. In 3, 2, 1. This podcast is brought to you by the Arate Media Pantheon. Please head to aratemedia.org to see plenty of podcasts from our great friends. And if you would like to start your own podcast, they can provide you with all the tools and resources to do so there. That's aratemedia.org. ARETE media.org. On with the show, everybody. Flawless intro.
With the show. This is it.
I nailed it. I nail it. So far as everyone knows, I nail it every time.
It's always on the first try.
It's always on the first try. Welcome to the Spur of the Moment podcast, everybody. I am your host, as always. I am as he be is, the Justice Spurr. I am always joined by my co-host, the incomparable Jordan. And today, we are very excitedly joined by our new friend of the show, Allie, from Literature and Lingerie, my new favorite channel. I must confess, I am full bore an ASMR person. Like so it's like right in my niche of like everyone I've talked to. Jordan, he's like, it's not really, and then my co-host on my podcast, like, it's not really mine, but I'm like, I'm an ASMR guy. I enjoy having a story read to me in a soft-spoken voice. I don't know what it is. But you will have your chance, as we say, to hawk your shit later in the show. You will have your opportunity to do so. But on today's show, we're going to talk about the news. First of all, I pulled some fun news stories, including they're remaking Holes. I don't know if you guys read Holes at all. They're remaking Holes.
Cool.
We got Power Wash Simulator news. I don't know if you've ever seen School of Rock. There's some news about School of Rock. They're making a Shadow of the Colossus movie. And other stuff. Toy Story 5,
Yay, other stuff.
And then later in the show, we're going to talk about book to movie adaptations. We're going to be asking very simple questions. We're going to ask, is this a good movie? Was it a good book? And is this a good adaptation? All of those things can be independent of each other, we found out. Sometimes you can have a bad adaptation and a good movie. Sometimes you can have a good adaptation and a bad movie. It happens. We'll talk about it. There may be some taking down of Harry Potter. Who's to say? We might talk about the Hunger Games. Who knows? But we just might. Let's start off with they're making a new Holes movie. It's not movie. Sorry, I lied. Television show. It got a pilot order.
Oh.
And it's got a pilot order and a log line.
I'm guessing on Disney Plus.
On Disney Plus, but here's the twist. Okay, well here's the twist as I read it, but the Stanley Yelnats is going to be a girl this time, which to me kind of changes that story in a kind of instrumental way. I don't know.
So, I mean, at that point, it's not just Stanley that's going to be a girl. They're all going to be a girl because it's the girls' camp, right?
I didn't read that. I read it was just Stanley, but I heard other people say it is all of them. It is going to be all of the characters will now be females. But
is this going to be another, like, Ghostbusters thing? Because
I don't know. Reveal what you feel about that as I read through this article real quick.
Version of Ghostbusters because I heard not good things, and I was like, "Why am I going to waste my time with this?"
See, that was the proper thing to do. I did watch that movie and didn't enjoy it. So
I've watched that movie more than once.
Yeah, I had to watch that for the show. Actually,
the second time I was like, if you squint at it just right, like this.
No,
it looks okay.
No, I'm sorry.
If you squint at it, like, off screen and just don't look at it.
Don't look directly at it.
There's a lot of reasons why that movie wasn't successful. But
okay.
So this one, going back to Holes, though, I mean, that very much changes a lot of the story.
So this is a log line, okay? So in this reimagining of the beloved 1998 book from, I don't know how to pronounce his name, Louis Sikar? A teenage girl is sent to a detention camp where the ruthless warden forces the camper to dig holes for a mysterious purpose. And okay, we have a female perspective here. So, is that something like, I don't know? Like, not to say that story always felt inherently masculine, but
it sounds like a boy story.
Yeah, it felt like
what you're trying to say.
Felt like a boy story. I don't know. Like, what do you think?
Do you have thoughts?
Do you have thoughts? If indeed any thoughts about a gender bent holes television series for Disney Plus.
Yeah. Wasn't there oh man, what was that Disney Channel girl name?
Disney Channel.
Hilary Duff. Didn't Hilary Duff do a boot camp movie?
She did, yeah.
Oh, she did. Cadet Kelly.
Cadet Kelly, yeah.
Yeah.
But that was more about
with Christy Carlson Romano was also in that one.
Also in that one. Yes.
I guess it wasn't in a desert.
No, it wasn't in a desert, and it didn't involve digging holes.
Maybe this is my I don't. This is a hard thing to say without coming across.
As long as it's not another Cadet Kelly, it should be fine.
I'm just like, well, okay. So are you going to gender bend the rest of it? Is the kissing Kelly going to be kissing Ken now? Is that?
Yeah,
because then I'm down. If we 100% every character, like mom is now dad. Like the warden is now a male.
Mom is the inventor. Dad is the exasperated one.
Right. Like everyone is
the warden. The warden is a cowboy stereotype,
right? Then I'm into it. And
then for me, it's the kid. Like all the kids have to be girls. Like it would be weird to send a girl to a boys' camp.
Well, it's just like
unless they change it to like a mixed gender camp.
Maybe, but I'm like,
maybe
is physical labor a punishment you would bestow upon a teenage girl? Like a physical labor camp?
To be honest, like, if you look into those programs in the United States, the, like, teenage reform camps that have so much controversy around them.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, they do. They send their...
fair enough, then.
They send their female, like, children to these camps where they're essentially, like... Words I cannot say on YouTube for obvious reasons, but they're not treated well, and they're like forced to do like all of these like crazy intense things.
Huh. Well, all right then. I mean, I know about like the straight programs. I just
like
there are ones that you can send your like that you can send your like child to like both genders, girls and boys.
Huh.
Interesting. I guess that truly is just my millennial growing up in the 90s. Like girls did one thing, boys did another thing, kind of being raised that way. Where it's just when I picture like a holes version, like a girl version of holes, I picture like not digging holes.
Yeah, not digging holes. Like. I mean, to be fair, most straight programs.
I don't think that they like dig holes at these like real life.
Yeah, they're not digging holes looking for buried treasure. Also, like, isn't the whole thing with that character supposed to be? I guess you could do I guess you just have to get a really tall girl, like a really tall, because that's his whole thing in the book is he's really tall.
That would be actually awesome if they cast like an actual
really tall.
Yeah, like a girl actor who was tall. Do you know how hard it is to?
True, that's true.
Like any like non-conforming version of a woman in Hollywood, like.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Yeah.
And I mean, there are like very famous actresses who are tall. Like Nicole Kidman is, I think, 5'11". Right?
Is that tall?
Interesting.
I guess that is tall for a woman, isn't it?
She's well. I mean, if you look at pictures of her back when she was married to Tom Cruise, because he's 5'6".
Yeah, he's short,
and she's 5'11". Like no wonder no wonder he had a complex. Because she was also very famous, right?
And I mean, Justin, you and I, we know someone, tall girl. We know someone who is very tall, who I'm sure would definitely appreciate having, like, growing up, would have appreciated having someone tall to represent her.
True. Yeah, that's a fair point. Yeah, it's a fair point I hadn't considered. I
mean, just look at all the flack that one actress who plays Penelope in Bridgerton got for She's not even fat. She's a size 8, but because she's shorter, she's just a bit more like plump and chubby. Like, there were articles about her that were like, the first time ever having like what was the term? It was really offensive, but essentially being like, was like a way of saying a like more plump woman with a thin, good-looking man as like a couple. And
I see.
It was like, yeah, okay, but like, what about in actual television shows? Like, like the King of Queens? That was like a mixed weight couple. That's what they called it.
Ooh.
First time we've ever seen a mixed weight couple.
Like, that was
I don't like
TV.
I don't
like.
I don't like
that.
It was
also.
So it's like if you're not like a certain specific height and a certain specific weight in Hollywood, like
I suppose an example of that too would be in what is it, the musical
Hairspray,
the one with Zac Efron, Hairspray, that's the word I'm looking for. That would be an example of a mixed weight couple.
Yeah, no, I don't. Yeah. Well, I mean, the whole the 90s was full of like beautiful woman dates schlubby guy way below her station couplings. I mean, that's what The Simpsons is effectively, or a Family Guy, or
King of Queens.
King of Queens is a great example. I mean,
Home
Improvement.
Yes.
Ooh, don't like that.
Don't love that.
So okay. So earlier today.
So let's cast a really tall like teenage girl in the new Holes remake.
I'm down for that. I'm down for that.
Make it happen, guys.
What's disappointing to me when I hear, like, when you say that that's going to happen, is not that that's going to happen. What's disappointing to me is knowing the internet that I do, and knowing that there's going to be all those people who are like, oh my god, it's so bad because woman.
Yeah. Oh, I know.
Oh yeah.
It's bad because girl.
No, there will probably be plenty of other reasons why it's bad, but
I feel like if they play it right, a gender bent Holes could do good. Like you were saying. Like, switch all of the characters.
Yeah, I'm done with that. It's funny.
Absolutely.
Like,
when
play
you,
off of
when you mentioned that 2016 Ghostbusters, that's what I wanted. I want it to be the exact same movie, the exact same story, no deviations, no variations, but everyone's just the opposite gender. Because to me, that's funny. I know it's just the exact same thing, but just
it's
switch
funny.
it around.
It's funny for me if you don't acknowledge it.
Yeah.
Like if you do that and like in none of the promotion, like nowhere at any point even acknowledge that that's what it is and just do it.
Just do it. I think it'd be funny. But I think you're right. They'll probably do it. It's a mixed gender thing. That way you can get a good cross selection of varied multicultural teenage children.
Well, yeah, they'll have to, they'll need at least one token Asian actor and one token like POC character.
I mean, it's Disney. Yeah. You need to get as close
to full Power Rangers.
Yeah. Well, you got to get as close to representation as you can. The Wonder Year guy. Get the Wonder Years guy in there. Which Wonder Years guy? They remade that show. You get the current Wonder Years guy. You're just gonna go full bore Fred Savage. No,
I mean, Fred Savage can be Mr. Pendansky.
You can be. I will get Fred Savage as Mr. Pendansky. There you go. It works. No, we were doing Mr.
They should just hire us to do all of the casting.
We said that for years.
I mean, we've said that for years.
They should just have us do Hollywood. We should just run Hollywood.
We'll give them plenty of fresh new ideas because some of our ideas are infinitely better than the ones they go with.
True. So, Jordan, I know Jordan hasn't seen this movie, but I have to ask: have you seen the movie The Passion of the Christ?
Have.
You have. Okay. Did you know they're making a sequel?
How?
Well, I don't know.
He dies at the end of the movie. Like, how do you sequel from that?
Well, I don't know.
Please tell me that it's going to be called Passion of the Christ 2. This time, there's twice the passion.
Okay. First of all, this is a real movie.
I would probably watch that, to be honest.
I would watch it. But
and then
okay.
we just need to get the guys from South Park to direct it.
I mean, it's true.
Yes.
I mean, this is being directed by Mel Gibson.
Or if
so
they could just like release their own episode based off of it called that. Could somebody get the producers from South Park on the phone? We need to talk about this.
So
Matt, Trey, come on, we need you guys on.
No, they're busy doing a musical with Kendrick Lamar, which I want to watch. It's gonna be good.
Wait, what? Passion of the Christ 2 is a musical?
No, Passion of the Christ 2 is a sequel to the Mel Gibson movie. You got on the South Park. You veered so far that I.
No. Oh, you mean Jesus Christ? Is it Jesus Christ Superstar?
No.
Was that the music? No.
No.
I'm thinking of the wrong one.
Yeah, no.
It was a musical.
South Park guys can't do Passion of the Christ 2 because they're too busy making a separate alternative movie with Kendrick Lamar that is a musical.
Oh, that is a music. Oh, okay. Sorry, I misunderstood.
Got it.
And
got it.
Yeah. This is Passion of the Christ 2 by Mel Gibson, a sequel to the movie Passion of the Christ, which...
So is it just like after?
Well, I don't know if you remember the bit of the story where he comes back to life.
Book of Acts?
So the resurrection.
The resurrection.
This is about the resurrection.
Yes, it's the part where he comes back to life.
We're going to make a whole movie of that, though? It's like one chapter in the Bible.
So far as I know, yeah. He's been filming it. He's been spotted in Malta. I don't know where he's going to expand it, but...
Okay, because, like, literally, if you take all of the parts from, like, all 4 of the Gospels, okay, it's literally, like, he dies, they wrap his body and put him in.
Yeah.
And then it just time jumps 3 days.
Oh, I suppose you could do what happened in those 3...
Are they just going to...
Fill those 3 days?
They going to have, like... Gonna just fill in the blanks there for everyone?
I imagine, yeah. They're gonna fill in those 3 days. Yeah, probably, yeah.
And what are they gonna do? Like, their savior has died. They're gonna be grieving. So,
okay.
They're just gonna show people, like, crying the proper Jew... Like, are they gonna do the, like, Jewish way with the, like, rending of the clothing and the ashes?
Well, okay, here's my question as someone who's not... Oh, this is gonna get me in trouble. Familiar with the Bible?
Because, like, that's what they did in Esther. Like...
All right, okay. Well, what happens after he comes back to life? Did you go back in the tomb and be like, "We'll see y'all later"?
It depends. So it depends which gospel you read, because there is one. I'm sure they'll have the part where the version where they're having dinner with Jesus, ghost Jesus. And Thomas is there, and he's like, I don't believe that you're actually Jesus. And Jesus shows him his hands that have the holes in them, and Thomas, like, feels the holes and is like, oh my God, like, it is you. I can't believe I've been so dumb. And then they, like, walk out to the middle of the field, and then he literally just floats into the sky, like...
up to heaven.
And then it's the book of Acts where they're all like in that one room, like praying days, and then all of a sudden there's this big like gush rush of wind. Then they all get the Holy Spirit and they all start speaking in tongues. Like, I don't even think Mel Gibson believes in that. Isn't like his version? I don't think his version of Christianity unless he's changed since then.
So at this point,
converted to a different version. Like, which version of Christianity does he believe in? Like, which version are we going to get? Should be interesting, to say the least.
At this point, I will interject that we have another comment. Gamer Guy says, "Passion of the Christ 2. This time it's personal."
I'm surprised nobody said Passion of the Christ 2 Electric Boogaloo. I mean, I suppose that's the obvious one. I guess it's the obvious one, but that's the first place my mind always goes to. As for this movie, as for the story as you've described it, kind of just sounds like some guy showed up, went, "I'm Jesus," and then got them really wasted, and then just like floated away in a field.
Yeah, I mean, because there are versions, like there are movies of the Gospels, like it's been done. It's been done. So there's so many, like, You can probably Google like each gospel, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
Yeah.
And there's probably at least 2 to 5 movies for each book already. Okay? Like, we don't need another movie. We've seen it.
My question for Mel Gibson is, how is he going to make this ultra violent and upsetting?
Well, that's what I was just going to say. The only thing I know about the Passion of the Christ is it's like, what, 2 to 3 hours of just essentially torture?
Yeah, so it's pretty torture porn. So it's pretty bad.
Honestly, like historically, crucifixion was one of the worst ways that you could die. Oh, right?
Yeah. Like absolutely.
But like, also, if you look historically, because I've done a lot of reading about this. Surprise, surprise. Historically, Jesus is a historical like a real historical figure, and absolutely. What was going on at the time, and factoring in all of the Greek. Oh, I got balloons.
Balloons.
Got balloons somehow.
Random.
I didn't do that. I have no idea why that happened.
And it was like this. The Greek influences, you see how Jesus went from like regular rebel to deity. It's actually fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, not to put this off the rails, but a movie that made me really fascinated in what you're referring to, the historical Jesus, was Jesus Christ Superstar, a movie I think you already mentioned. That movie made me absurd. Like, I became really fascinated by. Oh yeah, no, he was a real guy. And yeah, the reasoning for why he's a real guy is that, what was it? Well, I mean, you might know the term. Basically, it's the notion that no one would make up like a public execution so embarrassing and so awful that it had to have happened.
Well, not just that, but there are Greek historians from that time who wrote about Jesus.
Interesting. I
see. To bring it back to books, that's one of the reasons why the Da Vinci Code was as successful as it was because it very much tapped into the real life aspect of Jesus Christ's history and the.
Sorry, continue.
I was just going to say, and the very much real aspects of who he was.
So Tacitus, who was a Roman historian and senator, did refer to Jesus and his execution by Pontius Pilate in his final work called the Annals, which was written in AD 116. So it was like within 1 century of Jesus's life, right? Because he was born circa-ish, the year 0 AD, and died around circa-ish 33 AD, right?
Yeah.
So that's literally within 100 years. So even just factoring in like historians now who could be writing about people from
like last year.
No, but like even like 70 years ago, like people writing about the First World War.
True. Yeah.
How many documentaries are about the First World War? We don't question whether that's
true,
accurate or real, whether that happened, right? Even thinking of things that are over 100 years ago now, like the sinking of the Titanic. Like somebody writing a historical piece about the Titanic, we're not going to be like, oh, is that guy really like telling the truth?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So when you think of it in that perspective, the fact that he was talking about this within 100 years of Jesus's death actually gives a lot of credence to Jesus actually existing as a real person in history.
Yeah, most people, that's the most fascinating thing, is that most historians, whether they have faith or don't have faith, all agree that he was more, he was a guy.
Because he was a non-Christian historian.
Yeah.
He was a Gentile. Well, yeah, he was Roman, right? He was a Gentile.
So most historians agree that he was a real guy. The rest of it, well, that Jesus, the apocalyptic prophet from the Middle East, exists. Jesus, the white guy on T-shirts, doesn't exist.
Oh no! I my favorite version of Jesus, like in a comical sense, is Mormon Jesus.
I mean, yeah. Mormon Jesus is
like if you like all of the photos of him, he's like stark white. He's got like perfectly groomed hair and beard and this like beautiful flowing white robe. And you're like, he lived in the Middle East. Like, if he was wearing a white robe, like, it's not white anymore.
No,
and like,
no. He came to North America.
He was homeless. Like,
yeah. My
no.
thing with him was like.
So, but yeah.
Anyways.
Yeah, I completely derailed that. Sorry.
No, it's all good. I got really into that when I watched.
That's part of the fun.
When I watched Jesus Christ Superstar, and just hearing, it was I'm not sure if you're familiar with Tim Minchin, Australian comedian. He created the Matilda musical. Ooh,
I recognize his face. Yes.
We have a fact checker. That's neat. We never we
don't usually have one of those.
No, that's handy. I like it. That's awesome.
I wanted to double check that it was actually Tacitus and I wasn't misremembering, so I already had the tab open.
The speed with which you did that was so handy. It makes it much easier when you have a visual reference. He played Judas in the concert version of Jesus Christ Superstar. And he said something really striking about Judas that I found kind of interesting. And then we'll get back on the rails. But he said that Judas either he's in a bad position either way. Either he betrays his friend and he accepts that God isn't real, or he accepts that God is real and he has no free will, and he ultimately his destiny to do this horrible thing. And I thought that was really striking, and just a lot of the language in that musical, where Jesus is like, "Hey, if I leave, you won't be able to love me, and you need to be able to love me." And I just that
brings us all to the like. Somebody had to betray Jesus in this story,
right?
So like. We're supposed to worship like Jesus died for our sins, and we're supposed to worship this like all-loving God. But like, what about Judas?
Yeah, right.
Like, did God plan that? Like, Judas dies a horrible, terrible death in the Gospels.
Right, and was that his destiny in order for Jesus to do? Yeah, like, from a narrative standpoint.
From a storytelling standpoint, like these are the things I feel that like people don't actually like. Somebody had to be the bad guy here, but. Shouldn't Judas have been forgiven for that if Jesus died? Like, right?
If it was all
Jesus died
part
for
of
his
the plan,
if this was all part of the plan, and like Jesus died for his sins too. Did they not? Like,
right? And if you consider,
he's like hung on a tree and left for the birds to eat him.
Right? And my thing with the end of that story is like, how do we know that somebody just went up into the wherever Jesus came out of the thing and just said he saw something and maybe didn't? It's all a conspiracy. Ooh.
No.
Ooh.
I'm making it a joke so people don't come for me in the comments. You have to do that.
Oh, interact in the comments. Give us all of the hate so that we can like push this video into the algorithm.
No, you know what truly gets the most amount of hate? Going for Jim Carrey. If you really want people to hate you,
just level fair and accurate criticism against the man, and people will come for you.
They will come. I mean, just level like fair and accurate criticism at like any man in Hollywood.
I mean.
Some are definitely more highly
do a fair and balanced review of a movie you ultimately liked, and it gets downvoted like you would not believe. Like it has a 11% ratio of likes to dislikes. 11%. Well,
that's what you get for putting your clickbait title.
But he was the worst part of that movie.
Inflaming clickbait titles.
Okay, I have to tell.
He was the worst part.
I have to tell this story.
It wasn't you. It wasn't Jim Carrey. It was the clickbait title.
I'm not gonna. But this is truly very funny. I'm gonna bring it up because Jordan, when I told Jordan about it, he said something very funny, which is I don't know how familiar you are with right-wing morons, but there's a particular right-wing moron called Matt Walsh, and he did a review of Sonic 3. In which he just got everything wrong. It's just going to spare you what it was about. He said he got everything wrong. But he started it by saying that, have you seen Sonic 3? Have you seen any of the marketing for it?
I haven't seen Sonic 3. I've only seen the first two.
Okay, but have you seen you're aware that Jim Carrey's in it and he's playing two roles, right? Like you're familiar with that much?
No, I haven't seen anything for it.
Oh, okay. Okay, without giving anything away, he plays two characters. He plays two characters in the movie, and there's a bit where they dance together, and it's awful. Yeah. It's awful, and it goes on for an eternity. And the entire gag with that character is that, hey, look, Jim Carrey is playing two characters, to the point that they say it out loud in the movie. It's that kind of movie, yeah. And he said that, and he was not wrong, right? But he ate shit like you've never seen someone eat shit before. His comments are just riddled with people. The funniest comment, and you're gonna laugh, is where he said he saw that there was a black woman in the movie and he got scared. Like, he's that kind of guy. He's that kind of guy. Like, oh man, he just.
I've heard of Matt Walsh.
Yeah, he's pretty bad.
I've never listened to any of his stuff. I've only heard him in the context of people talking about how terrible of a person he is.
Yeah, he's a pretty terrible person.
Sounds about right.
He's because that's the kind of content that I consume, are the people who are very critical of people like
that's the content I consume as well. I tune into guys like that just to be like, oh man, we're laughing. Like he's the kind of guy who just says something wrong really confidently. So when you're talking about it,
then doubles and triples down on it.
You walk away and you're like, wait a minute, that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. But it was just funny because I told Jordan that. I said, I was like, yeah, he took a drum in on Sonic 3 because he said Jim Carrey was insufferable in that movie, and Jordan was like, that's what happened to us.
That was us. We made that comment, and people came for us with pitchforks.
Yeah, they really did. We got a lot of. My favorite one was we said. We called him lame, I think, in one video, and one of the comments was just, "You're lame.
You're lame."
You're lame.
Or there was the one where it was like, oh, two people with 2 followers. Who cares what you guys think? And we were like, actually, we have 84 followers.
At the time, we
I got 89 followers now.
Right? Yeah, I'm at 85 followers, not 2. Have you seen Deadpool and Wolverine? No. Okay, we're cutting the story about it.
Any of the newer movies. So here's the thing. Movie theater movies are hard, and then any movie that is for an adult audience is also very hard because of the child in the house.
Yeah, that's fair.
And so most of the movies I see are child appropriate, and then by the time she's in bed, and we have to be up early in the morning because she's going to be up early in the morning. You're like, do I really want to start this 2.5 hour movie at 10:30, 11 at night? It's like, no, I'm tired. I want to go to bed.
It must drive you crazy that movies are too long now.
So most of the time if I'm watching an adult movie, it's way far past after it's come out.
Oh no, fair enough.
That's fair.
Okay, you made a follow-up question. Do you follow celebrity gossip at all?
Depends what kind.
Oh, okay. I'll skip it. It was just a story about this lawsuit between Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni. There's a character.
I
heard about that.
I watched a couple commentaries on it.
Okay. Well, apparently they're saying, see, if you haven't seen Deadpool, only Jordan's going to get this joke. I apologize. But apparently Nice Pool is based off of that guy.
Really?
Yeah.
That's funny. I had heard that. I didn't know. I don't know specifics, but I had just read something about how there was a back and forth about who was bullying who, and people were saying Ryan Reynolds was the bully because of something to do with Nice Pool. So I guess because of he's making fun of him or something.
Without giving the character away, he uses phrases like, I identify as a feminist, and he has a man bun. Does that paint a picture at all of the kind of guy he is?
I'm like, well, it paints a picture that very offensive and stereotypical, but
yeah, it's making fun.
It's also Deadpool, so
yeah, that
is Deadpool is
well, the guy's
kind
lawyer.
of offensive content that is
That's
inflammatory.
Yeah.
He's an
very
inflammatory
comedic way
character.
so that you laugh at it.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's an
inflammatory. So
he's an inflammatory
on
character.
purpose.
Yeah. He I guess we are gonna do the story. This guy's lawyer is like, no, you're making fun of me, yeah, and they're all upset and they're saying they're gonna sue, and I'm just like, it's just a parody, man. You gotta be able to take a joke. It's a joke on you. Take it and get over it. Get over yourself.
Stride.
Yeah, take it in stride. Okay, I got a story. Do you guys recall the movie School of Rock?
Yep,
yes.
Jack Black.
Yes. Well, two of the co-stars of School of Rock got married. They got married. They're married now. It's
Really?
Okay. I'm gonna do my best to describe it, unless you can identify these people, unless you can see the image on screen.
Oh, the little blonde and the fat one.
The little blonde girl and the fat one.
I remember those ones. Yeah.
Yeah, they got married.
Sorry, fat is such a mean way of saying husky. The
husky kid, the little husky kid. He was one.
You know what though? I feel like there's a lot of reclaiming of the word "fat" as not derogatory.
Some people are doing that.
Let's not make let's body neutrality here. Fat is just a state of being. It's not necessarily a bad thing.
Hey,
I mean, I've always said that words only hold the power that we allow them to have.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. I feel okay about it because I'm a former fat child, so I feel like I'm allowed to make fun of. It's not punching down, it's punching sideways.
But yeah, let's just clarify that when you say fat, you don't mean it in a derogatory way.
Yeah,
no, it's a descriptor.
It's a descriptor.
We'll just clarify that so that we don't get come for in the comments.
We don't get cut out of context.
That poor little boy, he called fat.
The poor little boy who's now married to a unbelievably beautiful woman, so she's very pretty.
The poor little boy who probably when that movie came out was my age, and so I would have been fat like that.
Exactly,
so.
We would have been the same size.
The thing is when you're a kid, you do have most children don't lose their baby fat until they hit puberty, so
True.
It's very
That's
common.
True.
Yeah. My metabolism
to be
kicked in
a little chubby as a kid, unless you have very specific genetics.
My metabolism.
Even my brother was a super chubby kid, and then he hit 14 and grew 1 foot in the summer, and then was a stick. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
When I was 21, my metabolism kicked in, and then I just got thin out of nowhere. And then I had I worked at a fast food place, and then I had customers who yelled at me over it. They'd be like, "What's your secret? What are you doing? What's your?" And I'd be like, "I eat like shit.
I
and
literally
I don't exercise.
Just existed.
Yeah, I just exist, and then out of nowhere, I drop. My metabolism kicked in. I dropped 10, 15 pounds. It was very bizarre.
It took me this long to hit my second puberty, where I just all of a sudden grew and lost all the baby fat.
It happens. Sometimes it just happens.
Yeah.
So okay, here's another question for you. For both of you, do you recall or have you seen beloved childhood character, but it's unpleasant and a horror movie?
I'm aware of it.
So if you're unfamiliar with it, it's a Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey. There's 2 of them, and then there's the mean one with the Grinch.
They're making one for Bambi. They're making one for Peter Pan.
Yeah, they're making one for Peter Pan.
Where basically, they're taking. And there's the Steamboat Willie one.
The Screamboat Willie, yeah.
Screamboat Willie,
well,
where they're
they suggesting to me that you're not familiar with this.
I've never heard of it.
Don't recommend them. They're mostly bad.
They literally just take childhood thing you know and make a terrible, crappy horror movie out of them.
Some of them are okay if you like really corny.
I don't even like horror movies, to be honest, especially American. I should clarify. I'm really not a fan of what America considers horror films.
Hey, fair enough.
So
that's fair.
These are bad slasher movies. So
bad slasher movies and jump scares. I'm not into it.
For me,
the good horror movies are the ones that just make you feel uneasy and uncomfortable and looking over your shoulder the whole movie, and then at the end will have some revelation that's really creepy. then you just don't want to go to sleep. That's a good horror movie, in my opinion. And
I'm a body. I can't
America
stand,
hasn't found it yet.
I can't stand body horror. I've discovered that's my thing. That's my. I don't like it. I haven't seen one I've liked so far.
This show was what taught me that I have a threshold for too much violence. The Terrifier movies were it. I don't know if you've heard of the Terrifier movies, but basically clown psychotically doing violence.
He does violence.
It was an unpleasant experience, and I still hold it against Justin.
Yeah, he's made me suffer for that.
Yeah, like I didn't even watch like the Punisher's movies or shows because I can't actually handle a lot of violence and gore. It makes me really queasy and like lightheaded, and I get really
So,
it's not good.
You're not gonna love what's coming to this evil beloved childhood creature. So they're doing an evil Mary Poppins and an evil Mad Hatter movie.
Why?
I don't of the two, the one I get the least is the Mary Poppins, because I'm like, I just kind of.
No, you know they chose that one just so that they could have a scene.
Snapped at the kids for not.
That's it.
Yeah. Is that?
I'm guessing. Yeah. Is she gonna murder kids?
They wanted to do Mary Poppins because they wanted
Hunger Games, Justin.
We
don't need another one.
They chose the Mary Poppins one because they wanted to see where she shoves her parasol down someone's throat and Mary Poppins them.
Oh yeah, that's true. You're right. They do want that. I do want
that's
that.
Why.
You'll
that's
see yourself out now, right?
Yeah, of course I will.
Okay. So, they're making a Shadow of the Colossus movie. I don't know if you've ever played Shadow of the Colossus.
It is a beloved childhood video game, and the fact that they're turning into a movie terrifies me. They're gonna ruin it. They're gonna ruin it for the next generation.
So he's gonna be doing quips, right? Like he's gonna talk. First of all, he's gonna talk, and he's gonna be doing quips.
He doesn't talk though. He doesn't.
No,
talk.
that's my thing.
He doesn't talk. None of them talk. Even in Ico, he doesn't talk.
No, the most that you get out of that game is you get the like
visuals?
Like the text that's talking at like the beginning and the end.
It was one of the first platform games, or the first platform game that had an open world system. You could go anywhere in that world on your horse.
Yeah,
it was hard too.
Without a loading screen.
Okay, well, I mean,
it was iconic. It was iconic for its time.
See, the big thing that I remember of that game was, and this was a cool thing, was back in the day, PlayStation Magazine had demo discs, and that one of the demo discs had Shadow of the Colossus on it, and people ripped that demo disc apart and found out that you could go further into the game like areas than the demo kind of allowed you to do. So you could go check out future things that were then in the final game that the demo disc wasn't intending you to be able to go and see. And people ripped that game apart. They ripped the files, looked into it, found hidden areas, secret things. It's a fascinating game.
I mean,
but as a movie, I don't see it.
Well, we exist in a world now where weird art style, like weird art house style films are now kind of becoming more popular. So I could see a world where maybe they do like a more passive silent movie where it's more about the visuals than it is about dialogue, and the focus is more on the scale and the spectacle of the Colossus rather than characterizing the main guy.
Bring back the silent movies.
I mean,
was that guy that you did recently?
Charlie Chaplin.
Charlie Chaplin.
Make it like a Charlie Chaplin movie, just full silent.
I mean, those are good
silent
movies.
Film with the music.
Here's what I will say about them: when you watch a bunch of them in a row, you kind of realize they're all the same movie.
So,
to be fair, like when Charlie Chaplin was making films were in their infancy, right? Like just the fact that you could go and watch a moving person on a film, like tell a story, was a BFD. It was like a big deal.
One of the scariest movies of all time.
You didn't need a good plot.
No, you did. One of the scariest.
You need a good plot.
One of the scariest movies of all time was literally just a footage of a train coming towards the screen, and people didn't realize it wasn't real, and they literally like jumped out of the way.
Yeah.
Like it was just that frightening.
But
kind of like when you go back and watch crows.
Yeah.
Birds.
Yeah.
Mom is still terrified of that movie because of the feelings it brings up of her watching it as a child. But like for me to go watch it, I'm like, this.
It's just birds.
It's not scary at all.
I always have to put a thing in its time and be like,
the trauma. If she sees like a group of birds, she's gonna be like, oh my god, it's just like.
Yeah. It's one of those things where I put it in its time. I'm like
wide berth around, and I'm like
back in the 1960s or whatever. This was very impressive.
When we watch things or experience things on here, as Justin was saying, we very much try to watch it like in the mindset of when it came out. Like this is really impressive special effects for the 50s, for example.
Yeah. For me in 2024, I could see the strings, but back in 1955, this is an impressive piece of.
This is impressive. And to go back to the Shadow of the Colossus thing real quick. I don't know if you've heard of there's a show, Allie, on Amazon called Secret Level, which is an anthology. I can't talk. Anthology style show where each episode is based on a video game. Our one critique was that the episodes were too short, but I think the Shadow of the Colossus would be great for an episode of Secret Level, where basically it's like going through it, and it's a half an hour to 45 minutes, not necessarily a full movie.
Well, I think it's one character
and silent. Keep it silent.
Like it's one. Sorry, go ahead.
I just feel like, what is the plot of Shadow of the Colossus, right? Like, because in the movie, in the game, you're just going around and killing all of the Colossus.
Yeah.
Colossus.
All of the
Colossus.
Colossi.
Octopuses. You're going around and killing them all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
from what I remember,
gonna be about, because that makes a great game. It doesn't make a great movie.
Yeah, I definitely agree, which is why I so two things. One, what I remember about the game is I believe the main character is trying to revive his girlfriend or the princess or something, and that's why he's killing each of the colossi.
Yeah, that's right.
And then I just remember at the end of the game, after you kill the last one, you find out that you actually are releasing this demon or something.
Yeah.
So I agree with you. I don't see how you turn that into I mean, I do see how you could turn that into a movie, but not while maintaining the integrity of the original.
You're gonna lose. You're gonna lose what makes that game good, which is
which is where I say like a shorter form thing, where it's like it's a half an hour or 45 minutes, and like it's like a montage kind of thing.
Well, and not just that, but like you could.
I mean,
in a 45-minute episode, you could very easily set up the premise of having the girlfriend.
Yeah.
Of going to kill the colossi.
Yeah.
All of the different ones. You wouldn't even necessarily need that in. I'm not a super huge fan of montages. Like, there's a way that you could cut that in a movie with good editing to show. You wouldn't even necessarily need to show all of the ones like you did in the game, because there was just a lot in the game. But you could take the most iconic ones from the game, plug that into the show, and then have that twist at the end.
Well, it does
absolutely
at the end of the episode, and have it end there on that plot twist.
It does. Well, how do
you stretch that into a 2-hour movie without dialogue?
Well, without dialogue, no. What they would do is they would turn.
The big sticking point.
And even then, there's only one character in the game, so even if they did add dialogue, who is Wander talking to?
Technically, there's two. Well, what you do
Like his
is
horse?
what you do is what they would have to do is you'd have to add more characters. So very likely they would
Takes
add
away from.
they would add what you wouldn't see the Colossus until probably a good 45 minutes to half an hour into the movie, depending on the length of the movie. And they would expand upon the opening section. They would be like, okay, the girl's now a character, he's now a character. They're from a village. She gets attacked, and you see the establishment of him bringing her to the
They'd make up a backstory.
They'd make up a backstory. Exactly.
So what you're saying is they would completely change the story, and it wouldn't be Shadow of the Colossus.
They'd give him a generic hero backstory.
Add in generic backstory that you don't care about,
and then they'd really probably do take
away all of the mystery.
Take away all the mystery, and then you do a big set piece of the first Colossus because that's the one everyone knows, and then you montage through the rest of them, and then you do the big twist in the third act. And then
the version of this movie which I
don't like it.
I'm not saying it's good. I'm just saying that's what Hollywood does.
The version that I would see that they would do is similar, but it wouldn't be the girl that he's traveling with. She would still be dying and like asleep. No, he would have a best friend buddy sidekick who he would be on a road trip buddy movie with, making jokes and completely changing the entire feel of this story.
Yeah, he'd have a sidekick, yeah, for sure. He'd have someone to talk to. Like
set it in 2024. Instead of a horse, it's a car. They're going on a road trip.
Yeah.
Actually, I was just thinking probably what they would do is they would make it so the horse talks, animal companion.
Probably.
Oh,
I don't know. I mean, that's
what I mean. Like, is he talking to the horse if they add dialogue?
I'd like.
Oh, I mean, Hidalgo was a great movie, and it's just a guy and his horse. Yeah. But like,
I just want them to get someone who's really good at scale, so at least the Colossus look properly big and like gigantic. That's all I want.
Yeah, scale is absolutely going to be important. It has to feel big.
I want it to be clear that they're massive.
But I'm very nervous about that.
I am.
Or who is doing this movie?
Let's find out. I closed the story, but let's find out. Hold on.
Like, if it's a big enough studio.
Big studio doesn't always necessarily mean quality.
I mean, like, for effects, like, if you think of Guardians of the Galaxy, like, nobody could afford all those special effects except Disney. Do you know what I mean? Like,
that's very true.
Ooh, not loving.
Oh, this sounds bad.
Well, okay. Number one, it's being made by Sony Pictures.
Oh, so it's gonna be bad.
Right.
That makes sense because it's a PlayStation game, right? So that kind of makes sense.
Right.
But
it gets worse. It's also being directed by the guy who directed the recent Flash movie, which was bad.
Oh, okay.
Bad.
That's not exactly uplifting to hear.
You guys so excited for this movie now? Aren't you so glad I made you look up this? This is all of the information you get when you get to go watch it.
I mean, at least you're prepared for it to be. Well, the other question is
what I'm hearing is
really low expectations, and you'll think it's amazing. Just go in expecting it to be the worst movie you've ever seen, and you'll be like, "Hey, you know what? Not the worst movie I've ever seen."
You joke about that, but there are times I do that, and it does help.
It does help sometimes. But also, the question is also, is it going to theaters or is it going to be dumped straight onto streaming?
Well, here's my response to that, Justin. From everything you're describing to me, it sounds like it's going to be I'm just going to watch that on streaming.
No, I mean by the studio. Is the studio going to put in the theaters?
I understand that, but I'm telling you that I won't pay for this.
No, I'm not paying for it either. But my question is, in terms of, because if it's going to theaters, it stands a chance of getting a sequel. That's okay.
I'm ultimately making that statement right now. I will not pay for this movie.
If it makes money, it stands a chance of being good.
Maybe. Does it?
Maybe.
Does it?
Maybe.
I mean, I don't see how there could be a sequel unless they're going to end it halfway through the movie and he hasn't killed all the colossuses,
That is Colossi.
colossums.
This does feel like it would be better suited as a shitty.
I mean, it absolutely feels like it would be better as a show, and then each episode is killing one of the colossus.
One or two. I don't know, because there's 18 Colossi, 18 episodes. Okay, yeah, that's a very, very balanced show. Because, yeah, this makes more sense as a show. He sets out every episode to fight a different Colossus. It makes more sense as a show.
It absolutely makes more sense as a show.
But that's it. That's the news. That's it. Jordan, do the news. That's enough. That's enough. It's too much. It's too much. He knows it's too much.
He's just getting into the groove.
He knows it.
I'm getting into it.
He knows it's too much. No, I'm kidding. It's time for the sponsorship episode, part of the episode. And this episode is brought to you by Lingerie and Literature.
It's literature and lingerie.
Literature and lingerie.
God, get it right, Justin.
We don't always get it right. It's fun.
Okay. It's just if you Google lingerie and literature,
it's a different kind of show.
There is a company named it. I don't think have anything to do with.
It's fair. I mean, I've correctly spelled it and tagged it into the description. I just can't talk properly.
Clothing company.
Oh, like see, you did the smart thing when forming a YouTube page
with a blog. So
always Google to make sure nobody else has your names. The first thing.
I'm literature first.
Literature and law.
I'm not the clothing company.
Not the clothing company.
I don't sell scrunchies.
Yeah, picking a name is very much a part of the process. That's in our big long playlist on how to make your own podcast. That is very much the first step, creating the name.
Yes.
Creating the name, and then it's creating the logo.
So this is the moment. This is the moment
where you get to tell us what you do.
I don't have a logo yet.
I advise it. You can slap it on a T-shirt.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't have a logo yet because it took me literally an entire afternoon just to do my Patreon banner, and I was like,
I'm good.
I'm good, man. I am good.
I'm good. So, yeah, give us the elevator pitch. What is it you do on the internet?
Okay, so on my YouTube channel, we dive into literature because that's what's allowed.
That makes sense.
So on Mondays, I'm actually starting a new series starting tomorrow where we deep dive into a copyright-free novel and discuss about the characters, the plot, what makes it good, what makes it not so good.
Interesting.
We're starting with Nancy Drew book 8.
Oh, okay.
That's fun.
That's a character.
Here, let me plug it. Nancy Drew book 8, Nancy's Mysterious Letter. So episode 1 actually drops tomorrow. Every week we read a chapter and then we discuss the chapter, like what are the good things in it, what are the not so good things in it, what.
So it's a
how my
study.
opinion is biased and clouded with nostalgia.
Oh, fair. So it's a novel study.
So it's a novel study. So if you're like an aspiring writer or you are like wanting to write stuff but you're not really sure like what actually makes a story good, how do I introduce my characters, how do I create characters and like plot that is interesting, I'm hoping that as I go through the chapters, these are all of the things that I will be able to deep dive and discuss. So chapter 1 is a lot about Nancy and how she's set up in the very first chapter to be a likable character, an interesting character, and things like that. So that drops tomorrow. On Thursdays, I cover a new poet. We read some of their poetry, and then we talk about the poem itself. What is it talking about? What does it mean? What are the things in the actual poem that make it like good poem? How is it engaging its audience? How is it delivering the information in a way that makes me want to read it, or things like whatever. Cool. Yeah, and then on Patreon, on my Patreon is all the spicier side of content where I release erotic and smut readings on Wednesdays and Saturdays. And then I do 2 photo shoots every month. So photo sets drop on the 25th every month. And there's always one boudoir and one non-boudoir.
All right.
Photo set. Yeah. And
sounds like a busy schedule.
You got a busy schedule? I thought I had a busy schedule.
It's a very busy schedule, yeah. So it's essentially like, depending on the Patreon tier, either get the like audio versions or the video versions of my stories, and then each tier has a different like photo, like amount of photos that you get, and then I also have a Discord channel for, I think, at least $5 a month. You get access to the Discord. So.
Oh, okay, neat. I just discovered how to make my Discord link not lock after 7 days. So that's...
Yay! Exciting.
Yeah. So what I'm hearing is clearly we need to find a way to charge people to use our Discord.
If I thought that any of the 87 people that followed us would pay for...
Are we at... Oh, we're actually at 89 now.
We're at 89 now?
You're at 89. You're at 89.
Where did 2 of those people come from? Holy crap. When I started this, we were 87. When I looked this morning, we were still 87. Incredible. We gained 2 subscribers today.
When I looked last night, it said you guys had 89 subs.
89 last night? Oh, okay.
Maybe your stats just updated.
Maybe they just updated. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, that's so fascinating. Welcome to the fold, 2 new subscribers.
We're so
just
close.
Create like a Patreon tier that's like $1.50 per month, and be like, if you want access to our Discord, just we
will do that eventually. Right now, it was meant to be designed where if people want to like jump onto the show for like 5, you know, like how like when you're doing a radio show, you get calls. That was the intention,
right?
But at a certain point, that will become untenable, and then we'll charge people to join the Discord.
So
it'll be $10 a head.
Ambitious. I love it.
It's $10 a head, and all you get to do is sit there and watch. No, I'm kidding.
Pay $20 if you want to call in and ask a question.
Yeah, that's kind of like the idea.
Not a bad idea.
Yeah, that's kind of my thing. I love to monetize this. We're not quite at monetization yet, but we'll get there.
Well, I mean, technically we have sponsors where if anyone bought from them, we would technically.
That is true. If you know anyone who needs a trophy, we know a place to get those. But yeah, so that's I put the link.
That's a different ad, Justin. That's not today.
Ad. But no, if you go check out Allie, she's in the description multiple times. I put you in there multiple times.
Thank you. Yeah, check out my channel. I'm a very small creator right now. I have like 7 subscribers.
Your metrics are good. I was looking at your metrics, and I was impressed. Like the thing about metrics you got to kind of keep in mind is they're relative. So like for us, we have now 89 subscribers. So anything over 89 views is a successful video for me, because that means theoretically every one of your subscribers has watched your video at least once, and that's the goal, right? So if you're doing 120 views a video or 500 views a video, that means your metrics are really good. Except the one video that has like 500. It's a short. It has 509 views, I think.
Wow. That's a lot.
The like to dislike ratio is not like, it's 4 likes and 3 dislikes. It's like 66%.
Oh yeah.
Controversial video.
That's a controversial video.
It's like, and it's literally just me reading, I think, a portion of The Grave Digger by Khalil Gibran.
Yeah, I have no idea what prompts people to hit dislikes.
So I'm
sometimes I do, but like we did a video on Terrifier movies, and yeah, they have a lot of dislikes.
So I have Defeat. It's me reading a portion of Defeat, I think.
I was always bad
at
either
Defeat or The Grave Digger. I can't. It's one of my Khalil Gibran ones, and I'm gonna do an episode.
Was it a particularly divisive poem?
I didn't think so, but I'm like, either people don't like the content, They don't like the
thumbs up.
they don't like the author. They just don't like my face. And it's like, really, from a dislike, you get no feedback. So I'm like,
no,
it
and
means
it doesn't,
nothing to me.
It doesn't affect you in the algorithm at all either.
So, yeah, I
looked it up. I was like, what do dislikes do? And they were like, nothing. It's just really a metric to tell you that the audience isn't liking it, so you should do something different. But in terms of like the algorithm and what it does for YouTube, it doesn't affect you.
Well, and some people I know will hit the dislike button specifically so that type of content doesn't come up.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, so it's people who are not wanting literature content on their feed. Like, that's really all it's telling me.
I usually just don't like, people just don't like seeing
my face. Which is good for me, because then that hopefully means that my content will be pushed not to them who don't want to see it, but to people who actually do want to see it, right?
That's the hope.
Yeah.
So a dislike does, at the end of the day, kind of does me a service.
Yeah. Usually it's people think they're doing something, or they think they're hurting me in some capacity.
Or it's bots.
Or it's bots.
Do you know how many people have bots that just go around disliking videos just
to
there's
dislike them? There's a lot of bots.
There's probably thousands. So yeah,
I mean, the one thing I like about YouTube, prefer about YouTube anyway, is at least I know my subscribers are real. Like on TikTok, I have 2,000 followers on TikTok. This is not a brag, I promise. I'm pretty sure 70% of them are bots. 75% of them are bots. Yeah. Like they all have the same profile picture, and they all are the person.
The thing that always makes me laugh is
one time back when I was on TikTok, I all of a sudden got like 3 or 4 follows in one day, and it was like all the same profile picture with just a slightly different name, and I was like, oh yeah,
those are bots.
The same thing happens to me on Instagram too, where it's like I'll comment on I say famous, but you know what I mean, internet celebrities picture or something, right? And I'll get like 7 likes, which are all different names, but they all have the same profile picture. Or like sometimes I'll get like 3 or 4 variations of the same profile. It's so funny. Makes me laugh every time.
Yeah, those are.
The thing I get on Instagram are like people who will like a photo and then all of a sudden have a DM that's like, "Hey, come check out my OnlyFans."
Yeah,
that
happens.
Yeah.
Or like, hey, do you want to see some like spicy blah blah blah, like very like derogatory, like you want to see me take a
etc.
or something, you know? Like I'm like, whoa, like
the ones that frustrate me the most are the ones on when I do my Minecraft Monday on Twitch, where like they talk to you for a while and like you can't tell if they're a real person. Like they're so genuine that you can't tell if they're a real person. And then they'll be like, by the way, I noticed that you don't have any art for your channel. You should come and like join. You can add me on Discord and pay for art. And I'm like, oh, bad. Okay.
Yeah.
The other one is like they'll talk to you there's one I was talking to for a while where they were like making inane recommendations for movies and stuff. And then, then I know they were like, and have you heard about Bitcoin? And you're like,
inevitable. Yeah.
There it is.
There it is.
You can usually tell if they're trying to get you off of the app onto another app. So, like, onto, say, like, WhatsApp or Kik or any of those. That usually means they're trying to scam you. That's pretty instantly. Usually for me, it's like if they're offering me anything.
Scrabble.
Yeah.
Oh, like somebody will start a new Scrabble game, and then all of a sudden I'll have a DM and be like, "Hey, add me on WhatsApp," and I'm like, "I don't have WhatsApp for what?" But like, why would I add you on? Like, I just want to play Scrabble, guys.
Sure. Oh, okay, random stranger, I'll add you.
Like, hey, how are you? Like, how's it going? Like, blah 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 blah. They'll like start a conversation, and then all of a sudden, it's like, hey, you should add me on WhatsApp.
Yeah,
like,
I don't talk on here very often. You should add me on what? No,
I didn't even.
Major red flag.
Like this is why I left those like games before. I specifically put like my profile picture as a not nice looking profile picture, because I was like, if I look like kind of ugly in this, guys aren't going to DM me and ask me to join their WhatsApp. Wrong.
No.
It doesn't work. If you're a woman existing on the internet, guys want to add you.
No.
Oh, no. I mean, even as a guy, I get a fair share of, like, I get messages like that from girls who are like, "Hey, I like the one that
buy
I got
my photos,
most recently.
add my Snapchat,
yeah,
buy my news."
Well, the one that I got most recently, where and there's always times where I'm like, I feel bad being like, "Are you a person?" But like, I have to check, right?
I've been asked that before. They'll be like, "Are you a real person?
Like, are
Send
you
me a selfie.
actually
Send me
a
a live
person?"
selfie. Send
You
me
have
a
to
video of yourself."
You have to do tests because, like, there's so many bots. It's so hard to tell.
So many bots, and there's so many people who do, like, AI, like, actual AI adult content now.
Really?
Yeah, that's a whole... The AI stuff is just a whole concerning thing.
It's like, you'll be buying these, like, photos and videos, and it's all AI generated, and it's getting harder and harder to tell.
Huh.
So, yeah, people on the internet have tried to vet me. They'll be like, "Send me a, like, live video of yourself so that I know that you're an actual real person."
Huh.
Oh boy, the
it's
world,
wild.
The internet,
and usually my response is like, "Oh, you got, like, scammed by some AI content creator, didn't you?"
Huh.
Like, fair here.
Fair.
Anyway,
I feel bad.
With that, go subscribe to. Get this. Literature and lingerie. Was that
literature and lingerie.
There we go.
Check me out. If you like literature, I'm always down for suggestions for different stories to do and things like that. And
as long as it's royalty free.
As long as it's royalty free. So, like, and there are some websites that have free stories, which is where I get most of my, like, erotica and smut stories from. But for YouTube purposes and, like, deep diving, it has to be it has to have exited copyright.
Huh. Okay then, good to know.
Like the Wizard of Oz.
Let's talk about a bunch of copyrighted stuff.
You can talk about it, you just can't read it.
Yeah.
So, the name of the game, we're gonna do this in 2 sections. We're gonna do the rapid fires, and we're gonna do the deep dives. We're gonna bunch the deep dive stuff together. So we're gonna do a Harry Potter section. We're gonna do a Hunger Games section. But for this first section, it's gonna be a game of 2 questions. Number 1, this is a question we ask all the guests: have you seen this movie? And the extra bonus, have you read the book? And then we will be answering the question, is this a good movie or is this a good book? And
give me 1 second. Please feel free to continue without me.
And we've selected a wide variety of
movies and things.
I'm back. I'm good.
We have curated a wide selection of things that I feel, if you haven't heard of, you certainly will find them fun. Jordan.
And to be fair, a lot of times when people haven't heard of things, they get to learn something. That's always fun.
So let's start.
You know what I love? I love learning things.
I do as well.
This is exciting no matter what.
It's why we do this show. So Jordan, what's your first rapid fire?
My first rapid fire is Percy Jackson and the Olympians, the Lightning Thief.
Now, it's funny because Ali released a video this morning about a tour of her bookshelf, and she went, Percy Jackson, and I went, that's going to make Jordan very happy.
Yeah.
Because it means she will be familiar with this book series.
Yeah, I will say it's been a bit since I've listened to the actual books. I do have them on Audible, so I have, like, listened to them all at one point or another. But for the purposes of this, I rewatched the 2010 movie, which I just right off the bat, I remember they age the kids up, so they're 16 in that instead of being 12. There's a lot of I have a list here of differences.
I know several
on chapter 13.
Chapter 13.
So I can give my opinion up to chapter 13.
Up to chapter. I've heard it. Have you seen the movie? Let's ask the question first.
I never watched the movie. It's one of those things again where oh shit. I didn't hear great things about the movie, and then I looked up the movie, and I was like, I already know I'm not gonna like it, so I didn't watch it.
I've heard
so
they're doing a series, aren't they? Or they did a series?
Yeah, they have. I don't know if it's all out, but they were making a series. And it does at the very least.
I feel like
a
series would be so much better than an actual movie. Like even in the movie, they aged up all the characters.
Yeah, so that was a thing in the movie. The characters are 16 instead of the 12 years old that they're supposed to be, and so there's a lot of things that are different as a result of that. So Annabelle, and Percy in the movies are like pretty immediately. There's the romantic tension, whereas obviously in the books they build up to that over the course of like not just one a couple chapters, but like books because they start at 12 and you work into that.
It's the same with the Harry Potter books. Like when they're going to Hogwarts at 11, Ron and Hermione aren't thinking like, "Hey, I want to date you," right? But in book 6, when they're 16 and like super hormonal, they're like, "Oh, actually, you're really hot."
Let's make out.
That makes sense.
You're not the first person to say that Percy Jackson. I thought that movie was fine. It's directed by Chris Columbus, who directed the first Harry Potter movies, so it gives me real Harry Potter movie
it might
vibes.
be where it's like great on its own, but just separate it from the book if you're gonna watch it.
Yeah, it's for me, it's an example of an adaptation where it's like, that. So there's cases for me with adaptions where it's like I want them to be super close and super like exact and super on the nose, and then there's examples where the changes don't bother me, right? And this is an example of I can watch this independently of the book and it doesn't need to be 1-to-1. I'm not a super Percy Jackson fan. I didn't grow up with it. I came to it as an adult, right? So it was fun to go back and listen to the original and be like, oh, okay, these are the differences, and this is what like this and this and this and this. But it wasn't quite the same as, for example, Harry Potter was for me, where it's like I grew up in that as a kid, so I want that to be more accurate.
I'm told if you're,
that being said, if you're looking for a more accurate version of it, I watched the first season of the show, not for this, but a while ago. And I remember it being like, this feels more accurate to the book.
Every fan I've ever met who's a fan of Percy Jackson hates that movie. They say the second one's better, but the first one's not very good.
The first one.
Sorry, continue. No, you go.
I was just going to say that the first one very much suffers from that. It came out at a particular point in time where a lot of the young adult movies had a formula and they were trying to stick to the formula. And it at times suffers as a result of that.
Yeah. Formula only gets you so far.
It does. Yeah, pretty much. You got it. Yeah. It really was. It really was. I just remember it being like, this is the first Harry Potter movie. And again, it's directed by the same guy, so it just makes sense. But I always thought it was fine. But I have friends who hate that movie.
It's fine. That's the word I would use. It's fine. Like fine. It doesn't bother me, but I can see how it would.
Hey, so Jordan,
gonna plug another YouTuber here.
Yeah, go for it.
Magic by Michaela. If you want to watch some of the funniest unhinged Percy Jackson content from the books,
okay,
go watch her her series of like unhinged Percy Jackson. Like,
that's funny.
It's the funniest stuff. Like, she's hilarious. She does Harry Potter scenes too, and
that's funny.
Go like she gets like millions of views. She's very, very popular, but like for good reason. Like her skits are next level. Like they're so good. They're so funny and entertaining.
Good to know.
And she has a bunch of Percy Jackson ones. And those skits are actually why I started reading the book, because I was like, I need to read this in real life. Like This is great.
That's awesome.
Okay, Jordan, is that it?
Magic by Michaela.
Magic
Go
by
check
Michaela.
her out.
Jordan, is that it for Percy Jackson?
That is it for Percy Jackson. Unless anyone else has any final thoughts.
Any final thoughts on Percy Jackson before we move along to not Percy Jackson?
Oh boy, not Percy Jackson. That sounds exciting.
Well,
Let's talk about that.
It's just you finished Percy Jackson by saying it's fine. It's fine. My first one is Twilight.
Oh, I just put all of those books in a box.
And
that's probably where they belong.
It's probably where they
belong.
I'm
not going to go get them because I just organized that box and I'm pretty sure they're buried now.
So I guess that means you both read and watched Twilight?
I have read all 4 books. I only own the first 3 because I read the 4th one. I borrowed it from my mom and I hated it so much. It was the most disturbing thing I ever read. So I was like, I'm not buying this book.
I mean, fair.
I have watched... feel like I've watched most of the movies.
Well, we're just talking about the first one.
I've seen enough from... Oh, if we're only talking about the first one, I did. I think I even made like a music video to the first movie.
Yeah, man.
The second movie. No, you know what? It was the second movie. Sorry, it's a very dark... I say that with... It was all of Bella's unhinged, like, daredevil behavior set to 9 Inch Nails song.
So the thing that I've never watched Twilight, never read it, don't plan on it, not for me. But I always thought
The Great Below.
The Great. That's the name of the song.
It's a very dark music video I made to New Moon, set to 9 Inch Nails, The Great Below, and it ends with her like, jumping into the water. And I don't show that she survived. So it's
delightful.
It's an artistic music video.
It's an experience.
Best parts of that movie, in my opinion.
But I always thought Edward Cullen was creepy and weird. He's like 400 years old, right? And he's still hanging around high school.
109. He's not 400.
Okay, the point still stands.
I remember.
Well, he gets turned into a vampire during the Black Plague. He's dying of the Black Plague, and the Cullen guy turns him into a vampire to save his life. So no, he's not.
Cullen is 104 years old.
Ah, Jordan was close. 100.
I said 400. I was not close.
I thought you said 109.
I said 109.
Yeah.
It was 5 years old.
Allie did.
I mean, now he'd probably be closer to 109, but when the book came out, he was 104.
He was 104.
But, yeah, so point being, he's 104 years old, and he's still prowling in the high school.
There's this one scene where Bella asks him, like, how long have you been 17 years old? And he's like, like a long time.
But my thing is, like, he doesn't need to be 17 years old. Like, he could say that he's an adult and he just looks young. Like, there are young looking adults out there who are like 30 who look like they're like 17. They exist. It's a thing. He doesn't have to be in high school.
I mean, he could even be like 25.
He could be 25. He could be a believable 25.
He could be a believable 25.
But he instead makes the conscious choice to hang out in high schools and pick up young girls. It's creepy, and I don't understand how it became quite the phenomenon that it did.
Well, if you look into Stephanie Meyer and how she's Mormon, it will all make sense.
It does, yeah. Once you find out she's Mormon, it makes sense.
I mean, once you find out that the prophet that she, like, idolizes, Joseph Smith, the youngest wife, 14 years old.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah,
that makes sense. That explains a lot.
That explains a great deal. My thing with Bella,
it's not a far stretch. It's not a far stretch.
But I guess my thing is more like it's not necessarily the author because you've explained the author that I get, but the fact that like Twilight was popular. Like I remember it being popular.
Okay, Twilight was popular with all of the, like, crunchy moms whose husbands don't F them anymore.
I mean,
it was a phenomenon. It was a phenomenon. Like, I watched a like mini documentary about it. The like conservative mom to like Twilight obsessed pipeline was really like, it was a steep fall.
My question about
I don't get it
in the movie. Okay. Here's a
but
common
in the movie
thing.
and Bella in the book are two absolutely different characters.
Cause like here's my thing with that. Okay, there's so much with that movie. Number one, with book adaptations generally, when you can tell that the events of a movie, like the original book, this is clearly a much longer period of time than the movie is. But like, okay, why is Bella so popular when she's so profoundly unlikable? Like, everyone in that movie wants to be her friend and wants to hang out with her, but she's profoundly unlikable. She's just miserable. She doesn't seem like she's that fun to be around. She's pale as shit. Just even in the sun, she's pale as shit. Like, it doesn't make any sense.
Well, I don't know if you know this, but Forks, Washington is one of the cities that gets the least amount of sunlight ever, like all year round.
Yeah, but I mean, everyone else.
I don't know if that's stated in the movies, but in the books, it's like explicitly stated that's why the Cullens move there.
It's really not. They're just like,
it's the city that has the least amount of sunny days in a year.
It does those things where it has cold, like, there's when I've discovered watching book adaptations
in the movies, I'm pretty sure both if you watch the interviews of Robert Pattinson talking about Edward Cullen, he hated Edward Cullen.
Yeah.
So he played Edward Cullen as someone who hated the character. He plays Edward Cullen with such self-loathing that like it really comes through on screen.
Really, yeah.
Very obviously.
But there's just in certain books you could tell, or certain book adaptations, you could tell like, oh, that's a line from the book that all the context has been cut out, and it now doesn't really. So like at the end of this one, there's a point where she's like, I don't want to get stuck here. And she goes to like storm off, and she's like, I just said the worst thing I could have ever said to him. I just said the thing my mom said to him. And you can clearly tell that in the book, this is a moment that has been thoroughly explained in inner monologue that now without context doesn't make any sense. Also,
it just doesn't have the same weight.
It doesn't have the same weight. Also, the action is horrid, and it's just a bad movie. It's just not a very good movie.
I feel like it's like if you look at the actors in the movie, in other movies, like their acting is phenomenal.
They're good actors.
So they're good actors. Like Robert Pattinson is an amazing actor. Even Kristen Stewart, like if you look at some of her indie films, like she is an amazing actress.
Yeah, for sure.
So the only thing that I can surmise from this is, one, the content that they were using is not good.
Yeah.
And whoever like directed the movie just did not do the best job.
It's just so much just on a filmmaking, like the color grading looks bad. Like I don't know what they were going for.
Why did they put that like greenish blue overlay through the whole movie?
That like
I don't
sepia tone, everything, and then it looks weird I'm guessing they've had makeup done to like make them look more dark, because the scene where the sun comes out and the Cullens aren't there, and like they're like Anna Kendrick now her skin looks brighter and she's supposed to look brighter, but Kristen Stewart still looks super pale, and I'm guessing that's a bit from the books, but it's just not explained well.
Well, and the thing is like in the book she moves from Phoenix, Arizona, so she should not be that pale. Like, unless she's
really
like she lives with her mom. Her mom lives in Arizona. Like,
yeah, I got the vibe that there was a reason why she was like
she should be nice and like tanned or red like a lobster, right? So like none of her origin of like what kind of skin tone she should have. Like, you know, like if you're some versions of European, you're either like pale ass white or like red like a lobster, right?
Yeah.
That's not, I don't know if that's specified in the books. It's been a really long time. Like I read them when I was much younger. So
I've never read them. I just heard that they're not acceptably well.
I just remember in high school when Twilight came out, and the running joke among guys was, "Oh, you don't want to be a Twilight vampire and glisten and sparkle in the sun, do you?" Jeez.
See, my thing was like, there's nothing bad. There's no inherent bad thing about being a vampire. Like, they've taken all of the bad parts about being a vampire and like stripped them away from the Twilight vampires. Because like twinkling in the sunlight is manageable.
the movie, yeah, honestly, like Robert Pattinson's like face of disgust when he like steps into the sunlight and starts sparkling, like, it's so real.
It doesn't seem like a bad being a Twilight vampire doesn't seem like a bad thing. Just the way he's pitching it doesn't. The one thing I like about the movie is his description of them being the perfect killers, because the rest of them are beautiful people. But the description of them being beautiful, enticing predators that like they draw you in, like that's an interesting concept. The movie doesn't do anything with it in lieu of a weird scene where they play baseball.
Sounds like a bad movie.
It is a bad movie with a very long scene where they just play baseball. It's very long.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's like an entire chapter in the book.
Is it an entire chapter? Man, it goes on for so long in that movie.
I would have to look in the book, and I don't want to go dig them out, but I remember, like, it...
And then the movie decides it needs an action sequence in the third act, and has a really boring action sequence where they fight vampires, and it's not staged very well, or very interestingly.
So, Justin, now this is the point where I call back to a previous episode. Was it worse than Sex and the City?
Oh... No. Ooh, is that a hot take?
Is that a hot take?
Is that a hot take? No, I legitimately hated Sex and the City so much more. God, I hated that movie. I hated both of them. I hated both of them so much, and I didn't hate this. Maybe because I have such a funny memory of the first time I watched it, and when I was working at the movie theater at the time.
It is a whole. It's like most of chapter 17.
That's
baseball.
Incredible. Yeah, the thing is, I watched that movie when I worked at the movie theaters, and my friend tricked me into it by calling it a vampire movie. Like I had never heard of it. I had no idea what it was. And
no!
I will never forget the moment I checked out of that movie, and I was like, oh, it's that kind of movie. And it was when she walks into the classroom and the fan blows her hair. I was like, I'm out. I'm done. I'm out. And a guy I used to work with, he's not really a friend anymore, but I just remember him sitting next to me, just be like, it's a vampire movie, it's a vampire movie, it's a vampire. And it was like Mr. Potato Head from Toy Story being like, I'm a married spud, I'm a married... And just like him was repeating that over and over again. And I'm like, dude, we lost. And then the subsequent bus ride afterwards of me to a friend who was a fan of those books being like... So later in that franchise, do they ever like explain why it's bad to be a vampire in this universe? Because it just doesn't seem like it's bad. Like there's no real negative side to being a vampire in this universe, as I see it, as it's laid out in this one movie. And
no, and I don't.
I've never seen the third, fourth one.
I don't think it is. It's just they have that. The Volturi who like oversee all the vampires, and if you get found out or reveal yourself as a vampire, there's consequences.
Like I'd just be like, for vampires, I'd just be like, oh yeah, I have a skin condition.
Yeah.
Like in terms of explaining away the sparkly skin, I'd be like, I have a skin condition.
If your identity gets found out that you're a vampire, the Volturi will come and kill you.
Yeah, I know that they come and they tear you apart, but what I'm saying is, like, in terms of the vampire society, why not just be like, we just have a skin condition, and then just walk around normally?
That's a great question.
a question for Stephanie.
Because, Justin, the author didn't consider that as a potential reason or a thing.
Because the whole, like, the actual them being vampires isn't the point of the book.
It's a metaphor.
It's a metaphor.
It's a metaphor, and it's an allegory.
And an allegory to the celestial kingdom in Mormonism or something. I don't know.
Oh, I thought it was all an allegory for abstinence.
Is it?
I heard someone say that like she has her viewpoints come out in the books that they majorly cut out of the movies. She's got strong viewpoints about premarital sex that she expresses.
Well, of course, because they do in literally. Okay, I'm not even joking. In Mormonism, sexual sin is next to murder.
I mean,
they're in the same category.
Okay. These people aren't allowed to drink coffee.
They're not allowed to drink. No, they're not allowed to drink coffee or tea. But do you know how many? Do you know that in Utah there's soda shop phenomenon? So instead of having like Starbucks or Tim Hortons, they have these soda shops where you can go and get like a giant pop with all different like mix-ins, and they have like all of their special like add-ins for it, like special names for different drinks phenomenon in Utah. So it's like they're literally just replacing caffeine consumption with pop and sugar. Like,
I mean, that sounds bad, but
worse.
Also
I'm like, I'd rather just have my one coffee in the morning. Like, I don't want to be drinking pop all day. Like,
that does sound kind of awesome though.
Yeah,
also,
I have a pop problem.
Like, all of like, there can't have pop, but you see them drinking like energy drinks.
That's true. That does have caffeine in it.
What's the difference at that point?
Not much. Not much.
So, you know, yeah, it's weird to me.
But that's
not to like not to like poop all over Mormonism or anything.
Hey, they're apparently very nice people.
I mean,
I have known some like really, really lovely people who are Mormon. Like, I will say that, yeah.
But my response to that would be, learn to take a joke. Anyway.
Lovely. Like, as people, like, I have met many, many, many Mormons who were very, very lovely, very, very generous.
Very
like,
lovely
I mean, here's my potentially controversial opinion. I've known plenty of people that are religious, and I like them in spite of it.
Yeah, like, well, and the thing is like, religion doesn't denote the kind of person you are, right?
No.
Not necessarily.
A good story.
If you're a good person at heart, you're going to be a good person at heart, right?
Exactly.
If you're like a shitty person, that being religious or not is not gonna
help you.
Not gonna help you in any respect. So
that's it. That's Twilight. Jordan, what's your next one?
Right.
My next one is Angels and Demons, the Dan Brown movie.
That was another one that you mentioned that you hadn't read.
That you mentioned.
But you had seen the movies.
In response to your comment that you said in your video, yes, there is absolutely a lot of changes between the book and the movie. I have a list here which I can like, read off.
Look at the book. How are you going to fit all of that into a movie or not?
The movies, like all of the Dan Brown movies, cut a lot. Like they cut just a lot.
I'm sure, like, the books are massive, so
yeah,
that makes sense. Well, even just like, I don't know, Justin, if you read the book for the prequel Hunger Games, but just in that first act, they cut out like 2 or 3 whole chapters from the book.
I mean,
interesting.
Sometimes
so when we
do that.
when we get there, Justin will be going at it as having just seen the movie, and you can fill in the details.
Yes.
That's
be like, well, in the book, this happened.
Yeah, so that's exciting.
But I haven't read it, but I own it.
It's a good. I like the Dan Brown books. They're long though, so
this one come out, but like the book came out before the Da Vinci Code, and then they made the movie after.
Yeah.
Right.
So in the book,
they even have these like nice maps of Vatican City.
Oh, that's cool.
That's cool. See, I've only listened to the audiobook, so I didn't see those.
Whoops. Here's Modern Rome.
That's really cool.
And then here's Vatican City. It even has like the legend of like where everything is.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah,
nice.
I've listened to the audiobook, so I didn't know that the actual book had that. That's really cool.
There you go.
It looks longer than the Da Vinci Code in terms of a book.
Yeah, a bit longer, I believe.
It looks longer. Yeah. Oh wow. Yeah, to be fair, you got hard.
It is.
It's a little bit.
Oh man, these are covered in dust. I just like dust cloud.
Oh no. But Justin, yeah, for your benefit, Angels and Demons in terms of books came out first.
Yeah.
And then it was the Da Vinci Code. But in terms of the movie, and so that's one of the differences in the movie is in the movie of Angels and Demons, there's a reference to the events of the Da Vinci Code.
Oh, so it's a sequel, not a prequel.
It is considered a sequel in the movie, even though in the book it comes first.
I thought that the movie was a prequel. I didn't know that. Oh, that's
no, there's a one-off line that they have basically where they reference is whereas in the book, obviously it came first, and then when they're in the Da Vinci Code book, there's a reference to Angels and Demons.
Oh, I see. I don't remember that. I don't remember there being a reference to Angels and Demons in the Da Vinci Code.
There is. They reference his last year, his interaction with the Vatican.
Oh, okay. Oh, that explains a lot. Oh my God. That makes so much sense. That makes a ton of sense.
So wait, so should I be reading Angels and Demons first?
Yeah.
In terms of the book, it's the first book.
Okay, good to know. But yeah, this one has 454 pages, and this one has 569 pages.
Oh wow,
so it's over 100 pages more.
It is quite a bit longer. Oh wow, that's interesting.
Huh, I just learned something. But yeah,
I also did too, because I was about to read these out of order.
Yeah, no. See, that's the thing. The movies would have you believe that Angels and Demons and like, it's because the book wise, the Da Vinci Code clearly, I'm guessing, was much more successful.
Way more successful.
Which is why they did the film adaptation of it first.
The film adaptation,
even though it's the second one.
To my recollection, wasn't crazy successful though. I don't think not as successful as the book.
I've seen both movies and I didn't dislike them.
The books are better.
They're fine, but the books are better.
The books are way better, of course, as always. Like, the books can give you way more context.
These, I believe, they're written in first-person perspective.
They're from Robert Langston's perspective.
So you get to see a lot more inner monologue and all that stuff. It's consequence of moving mediums.
I mean, another big difference between the books and the movies is in the books, for I think 3 out of 4 of them, at the end of the book, Robert Langdon always ends up with the book of the girl.
Yeah.
So it's written in third person. It must be like third person night or whatever.
Yeah,
so you're hearing
his thoughts.
See his thoughts.
Yeah, the author.
It's not third person omniscient.
Yeah, I was gonna say the narrator is not omniscient.
And so the book cuts out, or the movie cuts out. There's this whole CERN, which is the people who bring Robert Langdon into the whole problem. I'm going to try not to spoil it because if you're going to read it one day, but CERN brings Robert Langdon in, whereas in the movie the Vatican brings him in. In the book, the female partner who he ends up with, it's her dad who gets murdered, whereas in the movie it's just her partner. And there's no familial thing. There's a bunch of differences.
Personal in the book then.
Absolutely.
The other thing with the book, that because it's funny you mentioned this in our off-air conversations, but the notion of casting. I guess this will be the first point where we mention casting, because
casting makes such a huge difference in movies.
Tom Hanks, he's obviously Robert Langdon. in the books, Robert Langdon is supposed to be young and hot and sexy,
Yeah,
not Tom Hanks.
Yeah, quite young. Like he's supposed to be like a youngish kind of, like I think early 40s, like late 30s, early 40s kind of age is what he's supposed to be.
They're going for like an Indiana. I think they're going for like an Indiana Jones thing, right? Like swashbuckling, young, handsome,
yeah, kind of
roguish kind of guy.
He's described as like a tweed wearing, like sexy Harvard professor kind of look.
So he makes out with the girl at the end of every one of these, which he doesn't.
Yeah, well, except for
in his 40s when he filmed the Da Vinci Code.
Really?
Well, he was kind of the perfect age at Da Vinci Code then.
Yeah, but not that I would say. He's got more of
maybe he wasn't the same like face type.
Yeah, he was like a more like a dad kind of like the character Robert Langdon is just written differently than Tom Hanks in the books.
Yeah, in most of the books, I believe the only one where he doesn't end up with the girl is actually the Da Vinci Code.
Yeah.
And that's the other way that you
the relationship in the movie winds up being more paternal than it does romantic.
Yeah. But that's the other way that you can tell that the Da Vinci Code comes second in book order is he references the girl from the first one at a couple points, Vittoria. He references her in the second one because at the end of Angels and Demons, her and him,
get together,
end up kind of together. Yeah. And so in the Da Vinci Code, he references and he's like they had been getting together every couple months, meeting up, and then kind of just stopped because she's young and hot and he's old and like they were never going to be a long-term thing, and he knew that, and
it was just a fling.
Basically.
Console yourself that it was just a fling, and you always knew it was going to be a fling. And
summer loving.
And summer loving. Yeah.
Have your chance.
But overall, there's also I don't want to give too much away if you're going to go and read the book, but
I don't care. I actually am one of those people who don't care about spoilers and will actively search out spoilers so that I can emotionally prepare myself for the books I'm about to read.
Okay. Then I don't mind.
Because if I have something like Game of Thrones where I get set up where I really, really like a character and then they
fair.
I will be so emotionally distraught over it that I will not be able to continue the series.
I will Google,
which is why I never continued the Game of Thrones series.
Fair.
I was so invested in Stark that when he died, it crushed my soul.
Oh no!
Crushed my soul, and I was never able to go back to the books because I was like, I just cared about his character so much.
I Google how bad.
I was emotionally destroyed by that death.
I will look ahead to see how gnarly something is. So if I hear it's really particularly gross.
So yeah, if it's anything like. If it's like highly emotional, like I had my friend tell me the entire plot of Harry Potter book 4 before I read it.
Fair.
So that I could prepare myself.
You don't really lose anyone major.
And if she hadn't done that, I don't know if I would have gotten over Cedric Diggory's death.
Fair.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair.
That's fair.
He's not really a big player in the books 1 to 3, but in book 4 he's like quite a significant character in that book, so you spend the whole book getting to know this new character and then he like dies at the end, right? So it's like
he and bites it.
He's really nice to Harry, he does a lot of good things to help out Harry.
He's decent is the word that I would use. He's just a very decent person.
So
we're jumping ahead though. We will be talking about that.
Going back to the Da Vinci Code and Angels and Demons.
Angels and Demons. So some of the bigger changes in it are like I said, Vittoria, the whole it was her dad and not her business partner. That's a pretty big change.
It's a huge change.
It changes her
changes character motivations.
Yeah, in the book she's definitely more motivated by revenge. She wants to find the guy who killed her dad, adoptive dad, which also it being her adoptive dad then parallels because the Camberlingo, I can't get this right, Camberlingo, the priest who ends up having a big important role later on, you end up finding out that he was the adoptive son of he thinks he's the adoptive son of the Pope, who dies and sets up the whole thing. And you find out that in the book, you don't find this out in the movie, that the Pope and his mother, the priest's mother, through science, had him without ever breaking his vows of being a priest or not priest.
They didn't
What is
do.
it?
They didn't do the sideways
Bishop.
tango.
Yeah, they did introvino intro
in vitro.
That's it. Thank you.
In vitro.
Immaculate conception is basically how it's played out. And God through science allowing miracles to happen.
Right.
And there's like all of that kind of gets stripped away from the movies. There's entire characters which are different. In the movie, the four preferiti, or in the book rather, the four preferiti are killed by the assassin, whereas in the movie, one of them survives and becomes the Pope. So that's completely different.
Yeah.
There's a lot that gets changed, and but it's done in such a way where, and this is to me, this is even in terms of the Dan Brown movies, it's one of the better adaptions, because the changes don't kill the story for me. Whereas Inferno,
you can still enjoy the story.
Yeah, exactly.
In the movie, yeah.
Whereas Inferno, one of the later ones, that one changes so much, and it's so different from the books that it was distracting for me. Whereas this one still hits all the beats, I would say. Overall, good movie, but better book.
Better book. So, Jordan, is that it for the Angels and Demons?
That is Angels and Demons.
Okay, so that got heavy there. I got a real fun next one. Let me ask you both of you this. Have you ever heard of a little book called Captain Underpants?
Of course I have.
They were so popular in my elementary school. I remember, like, on the bookshelves in the library, it would be like the one shelf.
You talked about the Scholastic
Only
Book
books
Fair?
on display would be Captain Underpants.
Captain Underpants. You talked about the Scholastic Book Fair.
Yes.
That's where I got my Captain Underpants books.
Captain Underpants, and what was the big one that I always remember? Poopy Butthead, I think.
Poopy Pants. Professor
Poopy Pants. Professor Poopy Pants. That was it. Yeah.
So I watched the Captain Underpants movie, and this movie is delightful. It is very funny. It's a very good adaptation of the books. I don't know if you remember Flip-O-Rama, where you would take the books and you would flip it back and forth. They have a part where they're like, "This movie's getting too violent. We need to do it in Flip-O-Rama," and they literally do Flip-O-Rama. Like, the humor is exactly the same as the movie. Nick Kroll is Professor Poopy Pants, and he's super funny. He wants to get rid of what he calls the hyperthalamagogus or whatever, which is this part of the brain that controls laughter. Kevin Hart and Thomas Middleditch are Harold and I forget the other kid's name.
Harold and
George and Harold.
That was it.
Ed Helms is Captain Underpants. It skips over. It skips right to the bit where he gets in the second book. He gets superpowers. So it's
tra la la la.
No, it's tra la la.
That was it.
If you have kids, it's an absolute delightful time. It's a great. It's the kind of movie I would have loved as a child. And I also watched.
I mean, absolutely, we would have, because we love the books. So
I love the books. And then they also did a TV show on Netflix, which is a real good children's show. And in this one, they actually have kids playing George and Harold, and it's got the same. I think it's partly written by the author, so it's got like the same sense of humor, and it's a real fun movie. I totally recommend it.
It's a romp.
It is an absolute romp. It's if you're a fan of potty humor and you laugh at poop jokes.
Well, I can tell you, my 4-year-old does. She'll go around and be like, "Your poopy big poop face," and then she'll like kill herself laughing. She's like, "Wasn't that a funny joke?" And I'm like, "That was a joke."
Yeah, she would find it very funny.
She finds it so hilarious just makes me think.
Makes it funny.
makes it funny.
Yeah, no, it's the kind of, it's a good, like, I'm always like, what is a good movie that both an adult and a child can sit in front of and just enjoy and both get a good laugh? And it's definitely one of those. It's a nice
Banana Pants.
But yeah. This would be one where the child is watching it and you're watching the child and giggling at the child.
Yeah, the main bad guy's name is Poopy Pants.
I'm already like know what movie we're watching tonight. So.
Right, it's honestly genuinely. It's on Netflix. It's totally worth it.
This movie.
Yeah, if you like poop and poop related humor, it is.
She's like knee deep in poop humor right now.
I mean,
that's like her main form of entertainment right now is just going around making poop and pee jokes.
It took me right back to when I was I was 5 years old. I love those books. I'm really excited. They've got a new one coming out, which is it's called Dog Man, and the premise of it is that Super Cop. No, the premise of it is it's a guy who he gets in an explosion, and they put the dog's head on his body, and in terms of it in universe, it's a comic book. Because the whole premise of Captain Underpants, it's the two guys. They've created Captain Underpants as a comic book character. Well, Dogman is a character in that universe, so it's a comic.
That they created.
So it's in the Captain Underpants universe, and it looks also very funny. It's a very funny movie.
It looks cute. The trailer has been on at the theaters for a while, so I've seen it a few times. It looks very cute.
Yeah.
Future Justin, put the trailer right here.
Put the trailer right here. No, yeah, it's fun. It's a fun movie. It's on Netflix. The show's also good if you're like, I want to put something inoffensive on for my kids that I can also laugh at. It's a good time. It's Captain Underpants. That's it.
Giggle at. Poopy.
Poopy. That's it. That's Captain Underpants. Jordan, what's your next one?
So my next one. So it's funny that earlier we talked about how old movies and putting yourself in the time. I watched The Wizard of Oz, which came out in 1939, and it still holds up. Like, man,
so good. That's just it's
one that I've watched so many times over the years, and it's just such a delight.
I feel like we don't have to ask if you've seen The Wizard of Oz. I feel like you've seen The Wizard of Oz.
I've seen The Wizard of Oz, yes.
Who hasn't seen The Wizard of Oz?
It's a classic.
It's one of those movies that, like, when you watch it, you're like, oh, man, last time I watched it for another show I did called Top 100. And I was just surprised by how uncynical it made me. Like, I went in with the most cynical attitude I possibly could have. Like, I've seen this 100 times. Let's just get this over with so I can make the video. And then just the entire time, I'm like, this is just a good movie.
It's fun. It's also fun. It makes me appreciate the great and powerful Oz more, too. Because it's like, that's the prequel to this.
My favorite was all the reprises of the one song they sing every single time. If I had a brain. It's really funny.
And I feel like Judy Garland too, like her character is so likable in that movie.
Right?
Yeah.
Right?
She's just I would agree. So the way that she, like, her Dorothy is so iconic. You just like really get behind, like, you're really rooting for her as a character.
Have you read any of the books?
I have not.
Neither have I.
Neither have I.
I followed a number of Oz historians, and, like, to my understanding, those books kind of shake out closer to, and this may surprise you, Narnia. Like,
really?
Like Oz is more in terms of its structure and, like, how it works in sort of a universe way is very similar sounding to Narnia. And, like, the backstory of a lot of these characters is, like, way darker in the books. Like, I think...
Yeah, I know the books are much darker.
Well, I think it's, like, the Tin Man was, like, the love interest of... I think it's the Wicked Witch of the East. And, like, every time he rejects her, she, like, cuts off another, like... Or it causes his axe to malfunction, which causes, like, him to lose another limb. And then it gets to the point where he eventually just, like... doesn't have any body left, and that's when he becomes the Tin Man.
I just seem to, and maybe this is me just remembering nothing, but I just seem to remember with the Tin Man, he was being punished by the Wicked Witch, which is why the trees kept throwing apples at him.
Yeah, some to that effect.
But no, yeah, I mean it's a classic. It's one that I've seen a lot of times, and
Margaret, what's her face?
it's a delight. That's really all. That's my ultimate summation of this movie. It's just a delight.
What's her face? The woman who plays the Wicked Witch. So good that she had to appear on multiple children's television shows explaining that she wasn't a bad person.
Yeah.
She had to go on Mr. Rogers and be like, "I'm actually a good person. Stop throwing apples at me." Margaret, I can want to say Margaret Thatcher, and I know that's not right. Hamilton? Margaret Hamilton?
Hold on. Margaret Hamilton.
Margaret Hamilton. There we go. I knew it was Margaret something. Yes.
She's Elmira Gulch and the Wicked Witch of the West.
Also, all the music is iconic. Jordan, is there anything else you have to say about The Wizard of Oz?
Like I said, it's a delight. It's a classic for a reason.
Now, we dip into the books I read as a child and I didn't like.
Ooh.
Have you read It's a Series of Unfortunate Event books?
I have not.
Have you seen any of the movie? Have you seen the movie and or the Netflix television show?
I think the movie has Jim Carrey in it, right?
The movie does indeed have Jim Carrey in it.
I believe I've seen the movie. It was so memorable that I can't really tell you what it was about.
That's totally fair. That's what I'm here for. No. I watched the Series of Unfortunate Events purely to be like, I don't like those books. Because and it's a thing I discovered in the movies, the adults are too stupid. Like, the adults,
they're unbelievably
stupid to the point that it becomes distracting and annoying, where you're like, no, so many adults just like die in that movie for what ultimately is no reason or purpose. Like, if they or my personal favorite is how a justice is just cool with doing a play in which an adult marries a 14-year-old.
Oh, that's just like Joseph Smith.
I mean, again, okay.
Was the author Mormon?
No. To be fair, the play was committed by an evil person.
He's evil, and he wants their money.
He wants to marry them for money. But the climax of the movie is basically Jim Carrey's Count Olaf wants their fortune, which he feels he's going to get by becoming their guardian. And he discovers he's not going to get it by becoming their guardian. The only way he gets it is by marrying her, which apparently, with the signing of the legal guardian, which he is perfectly legal for him to marry an underage bride. And this is I looked up the demographics of this book. It's a book for 10-year-olds.
Yeah, that's a choice. Okay.
I read it when I was 11, and I did not... it was just every adult character... Like, it's a big thing where every book, Count Olaf shows up in disguise, and it's immediately apparent and obvious that it's him. And a thing I realized watching this movie the second time that makes it particularly agitating is a big twist you find out later in the book is that they're all part of this secret society, and that all of the guardians that they get sent to live with all know who Count Olaf is, so there's no reason why they shouldn't recognize him. But because it's told from the children's perspective, none of the adults believe them, but it manifests in all the adults are irritatingly and annoyingly dumb. Like,
especially the bank guy, Mr.
Right?
Poe.
And the author is a part of the story. It's one of those movies, so one of those book series. So it gets real tiresome every book where the author is, or the narrator is like, this is the worst book you've ever read. It's the most depressing and upsetting thing you'll ever read. And you're like,
so unpleasant. You just put this book away. You don't want to read this.
And you're like, I get it.
And as a kid reading it, you're just kind of like, well, I mean, if it's that unpleasant, okay.
Yeah, I've never read it. And so the movie is 3 of the books, because the books are like that thick, right? It's 3 of the books mashed into one thing. So the plot, it's got 3 plots of 3 different books, all mashed into one thing. So characters that had like entire books worth of arcs now are mashed into like what is essentially a 15-minute vignette, basically.
Okay.
Yeah,
it's a choice.
It's not good.
It makes for a really weird and uneven book. So like there's movie. So like at the end of the movie, the worst character that gets it the worst is Meryl Streep's character, because in the movie she has a whole backstory. It's basically she's afraid of getting injured or going out or doing anything, but the movie doesn't have enough time to like really explore her character because it's only like an hour and a half long movie, so it just feels really disjointed. And of course, I discovered, having since watched Sonic, Jordan, Jim Carrey's all over that character.
Yep, that sounds about right. He does do that.
Where it's missing all of what makes that character sinister for goof.
Yeah, he's good at doing that. Bad at doing that?
Bad for doing that?
Bad for doing that? However you want to word it.
Yeah.
Oh no, now all the Jim Carrey guys are going to come for you in the comments.
They're going to come for us in the comments.
Well, you know, we do have a track record of doing that within like many episodes in a row, so...
That's it.
It's kind of our thing.
It's kind of become our thing. It was a series of unfortunate events. That's it, Jordan. What's your next one?
My last rapid fire, because 2 of them are getting lumped in with the other Harry Potters, is The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Rings.
God, that movie was so long.
It was long. It is a long, but it's also a long book, and it cuts out a lot from the book. It's been a long while since I read the book, but Tom Bombadil isn't in this movie, and my coworker tells me that makes it a bad adaptation. I can't tell if he's serious. I mentioned that I watched it for this, and he's like, "Yeah, those movies are good, but they cut out the most important character, Tom Bombadil."
That sounds.
Isn't he saying that that sounds like?
Was he winking when he said that?
He's saying that like, I'm like, is he saying that ironically?
Clearly, he means ironically.
Or unironically.
Knowing him, like as I've come to, I very much believe that he was being tongue in cheek.
Oh, this is from when like HMV was still alive.
Wow.
Oh, I remember HMV.
Oh, and it's got like all of the characters on the back.
Well, that's handy.
That's useful.
I feel like they were handing these out at the theater. Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers Trivia Quest. Test your knowledge of Middle Earth and you could win, a Volkswagen Beetle.
Volkswagen Beetle?
The best kind of car.
2 tickets to New Zealand, 2 gold elven rings.
That'd
This sounds like the 12 Days of Christmas. A complete Tolkien library, an HMV shopping spree.
And a partridge in a pear tree.
4 calling birds.
In theaters December 18th.
It's fun though. It's a fun movie, and it's funny when you find out that in the scene with Boromir, when he's like, one does not simply walk into Mordor, when you find out that he couldn't actually remember his lines on the day of, and he had his script right below him, which is why you see like he does this a lot, and he's looking down, because he's apparently actually just looking down at the script and reading it, is funny.
That is funny.
That's hilarious.
So yeah, I just remember when you were watching, I walked out and it was like, oh, he's still watching it. Wow, this is a long movie.
So I'm normally during the week when a little bit of the behind the scenes for the show. Normally I'm able to watch 2 movies a night to kind of get stuff done. This wasn't all night. This I watched 1 movie this night.
Did you watch the theatrical release or the extended edition?
I believe it was the theatrical 3-hour one.
Okay, the extended. Ever since I've watched the extended editions, I feel like I can't go back to the theatrical releases.
See, that's so interesting. Most Lord of the Rings fans are like, don't start off with those director's cuts. It's too much. It's too much Lord of the Rings.
Well, I did start with the theatrical releases, and then I moved on to the extended releases. And now that I've seen the extended releases, it adds so much more context. I feel like I can't go back to the theatrical releases.
One point
interesting.
They had
I wouldn't mind checking out the extended ones, but they're like, aren't they like 4 hours long?
Yeah, so if you watch all of that, okay, so all 3 extended release editions, including all of the credits and everything, rounds up to about 11 hours and 55 minutes.
It's too much movies. That's too much
Wow.
movies. It's entirely too much.
It's essentially, if you think about it though, the movies as 3 chunks of a mini series, right? If you think of Sherlock Holmes at an hour and a half each episode.
Yeah, it's too long.
That's essentially what the Lord of the Rings extended editions are, because like it's an entire like mini series of the book in one straight release.
I mean, yeah, I know.
Right?
I'm the kind of person
in a 4-hour movie. You can split it up.
I suppose.
Yeah, that's true.
That is true.
Like you watch the first 2 hours as the first episode, and then you come back the next day and watch the second half as the second episode.
Yeah, that is true.
That's fair. That's fair. That makes
because
it more,
there are places within the movie that you can like break.
Right. That's fair. True. That makes it more digestible because I hear 4-hour movie and I'm just like, that's a day. That's like,
hey man, the what was it? Oh my god, I'm blanking on it. That really old Wind movie.
Oh, Gone with the Wind.
Gone with the Wind was like 6.5 hours long.
That one is. That one's like 3 hours long. It's still long though.
Gone with the Wind?
Yeah, I don't think
it's like 6 hours.
I don't think it's quite 6 hours. I've watched that. That's the only reason why I know. Unless I'm wrong. I could be wrong.
Maybe
it's 4 hours. I just don't
okay, it is. It's 4 hours.
It's long. It was a torturous and arduous movie to watch.
It's 4 hours long.
I've seen it.
Such kind words.
I didn't think it was a very good movie. I have a whole video on it.
It's the product of its time.
It's a very long movie that I didn't think was very good.
Product of its time.
But
I
this
really loved the Lord of the Rings movie adaptations. I think they're one of the better book to movie adaptations.
Yeah,
I agree.
Casting also did a huge benefit. Like,
yes.
Viggo Mortensen as Aragorn
not Dumbledore. Gandalf.
Dumbledore as Gandalf.
Dumbledore as Gandalf. Actually, funny.
You're crossing the streams there, Justin.
Yeah, Dumbledore as Gandalf. That guy.
Sorry,
and then you can make the like Daniel Radcliffe as the Hobbit.
As the Hobbit, yeah. He's Frodo. He's Frodo.
I mean, yes, I want this.
Yeah, Elijah Wood as Frodo, and like Merry and Pippin, like all of casting in that movie was just.
I mean, yeah,
some of the best casting.
I
agree.
I used to be very much a staunch like you can't cut anything kind of person when it comes to adaptations, but sometimes you gotta cut stuff for pacing. And I always felt like the Lord of the Rings did the best job at cutting stuff for pacing.
Yes,
I agree.
He knew what to cut. Like that's.
Knew what to cut.
And Tom Bombadil was definitely one of those things.
Well, I remember his birthday party is that whole first chapter.
I mean, that's
I remember it going on forever, and I'm like, just leave the Shire already.
It's in the title. A long expected party.
That's true. It was such a long party.
Also in the book, if I remember correctly, Frodo and Bilbo have the same birthday, so it's actually 2 birthday parties combined into one.
Well, and also I will say, the Lord of the Rings originally is 6 books.
Interesting.
So when they redid all of the covers and repackaged it all, they put book 1 and book 2 into this one, book 3 and 4 in The Two Towers, and book 5 and 6 in The Return of the King. So Which is why I say you can break up the movie in half, because it's literally you can watch the first book and the second book in the first movie.
I did not know that.
I just learned something. That's interesting.
Yeah, that's interesting.
So book 1 ends at the flight to the Ford. So that's where book 1 ends, is when she's on the horse getting Frodo to
Interesting.
Whatever that place is called that I'm blanking on.
Rivendell.
Rivendell. Yeah, that's like the last chapter in book 1.
Interesting.
And then book 2 starts up with the meeting. The meeting.
The council.
In the council. The Council of Elrond is the second chapter. So
interesting.
The meeting, I think, many meetings, I think, is when like Frodo meets back up with his uncle.
Interesting.
And all of so you can literally like cut at the end there once they hit Rivendell, and then just like pick it up the next day.
Interesting. One thing I will say about all of the Lord of the Rings movies is, to me, it's an example of if you've read the book, you can see the moments where there's things that are different, and you can be like, oh, in the book version, this is what happens here, but it's not. It doesn't ruin the story. Like it doesn't. It's not worse off for it. Is kind of how I would put it.
Oh, and like the biggest changes I remember from the first book. I know the scene in the inn is slightly different in the book than it is in the movie. If you watch the movie, you would never know that
no,
I couldn't tell.
That's the thing.
Having never read the books, I couldn't tell you if anything was different.
Yeah,
that movie still works for me.
And then, like in book, in the Two Towers, they like cut out I think they cut out 2 entire characters.
I think so.
Could you tell me which characters they were?
Absolutely not.
No.
That's a good adaptation, right? When they can synchronize the characters that they can work with and meld them into 2 different people, like 2 different characters, that's a good adaptation.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
You want to know which 2 characters they changed?
Sure.
Yeah.
They changed. They go to Rohan. You know, they have the Rohirrim, the guys who are going around on the horses and guarding everything.
Yeah.
In the movie, it's Eowyn's cousin. It's the guy's son.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So in the book, the leader of the Rohirrim is his own character.
Oh. Interesting.
He's the leader of the Rohirrim, and then his son is like a different character in the book.
Interesting.
And then at the battle at Helm's Deep, elf who comes to help is actually an elf from Mirkwood.
Oh, okay.
It's not that guy. Not that guy who ends up showing up. Is he from Rivendell?
Probably.
It's been too long.
It's been a while since I've seen that one.
I'm pretty sure it's one of the elves from Mirkwood.
I unfortunately only had time to watch the Fellowship of the Rings.
They couldn't add the whole like it's in that scene for so short.
Mm-hmm.
And because it's a character that you already know, when he dies, it's so much more emotionally impactful for the watcher in that movie, right?
Yeah. Jordan.
But this is definitely an example of a good adaptation.
It's
kind of my ultimate summation
good adaptation,
of the Fellowship of the Rings.
Good book.
Lord of the Rings movies, some of the best book to movie adaptations I have ever seen.
I would agree.
Opinion.
I wouldn't say that about The Hobbit.
For my generation of movies, at least.
I wouldn't necessarily say that about The Hobbit, but I would say that about The Lord of the Rings.
Oh god, The Hobbit. We don't have time for The Hobbit.
No.
My issue with The Hobbit is they tried to turn one chapter into like a whole movie.
Yep.
How do you do that?
Yeah.
Yes, they did.
Absolutely.
A bad movie.
So,
At most, it should have been 2. Like there was no need to make the 3rd one.
So for my final rapid fire, I'm gonna give you the option of either the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy movie or the 1970s Charlotte Webb movie.
I have actually seen the 1970s Charlotte Webb movie.
Okay, let's do the 1970s Charlotte Webb movie because I want to talk about how
I've
lazy.
never watched or read the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
You've never watched or read? Okay, no, we'll do Charlotte's Web then because I watched that last night, and
Allie's Raven, I think, owns it and has read it, but I have not.
Oh, it's okay. I like it. It's funny. The short version, it's a better book than it is a movie. The adaptation's not very good. Anyway, let's talk about Charlotte's Web. How much do you remember about Charlotte's Web?
I remember that movie destroyed me as a child. It destroyed me as a child.
Have you read the book?
I was depressed for days. I read the book.
Is the book nearly as depressing?
I was just at the thrift shop yesterday and they had Charlotte's Web and I looked at it and I was like, oh, should I buy this? And then I remembered how sad it made me and I was like, no, I'm not going to buy it.
That's my question because that movie is like a parade of misery. It's just like the pig won't stop whining about everything. He cries constantly. Like when the spoiler alert for the end of Charlotte's Web, the spider dies. But when the spider dies, it's sad, but you're a little numb to it because it's like the 5th time the pig has sobbed in the whole movie.
Charlotte, no!
I don't want to die, Charlotte. I don't want to die.
Yeah, so I read the book as a child, so I don't remember the book as well because
fair enough. I've never read it.
It's many moons ago, and the movie was more impactful to me as a child. So that's
the movie. The movie is truly very. Okay, it's funny we talked about rhyming and writing earlier because man, some of the rhymes are. In this movie are lazy. Like one of the songs towards the end is a song called Zuckerman's Famous Pig, and it's like Dr. Seuss levels of like rhyming, like the same 3 rhymes over and over again. It's like, oh wow, look at him now, Zuckerman's favorite pig. Here, there, everywhere. It's like one of those rhyming schemes where it's just like it's so lazy. And the movie is an hour and like. Okay, a lot of old school animated movies are like an hour 10, hour 5. This is an hour and a half, then it could have been an hour 10. Like he has an entire song about how he can speak English that goes on forever. It just goes on.
The entire length of the song.
Yeah. It's
full just, 3.5 minute song.
It's about how he can now speak English. Yeah. And there's a subplot. Sorry, Jordan. Go ahead.
I just remember the one song where it's the rat and he's singing about how he's at the carnival and it's a paradise and he can eat all he wants.
That's the
and
best.
At the end of it, he's just this big fat rat.
Yeah, he comes back to their pen and it's like he's been on this massive bender. Yeah, it's the best. It's the best song in the movie. It's like the fair is a veritable smorgasbord, orgasbord. And after the sun's gone down, it's the second. Okay, there's 2 versions of the song. One is sung by a goose who stutters, and then the other one's the other reprise of it is the rat as he's going nuts. Yeah, and Charlotte's got like 3 songs, 2 of which are really sad, and it's an hour and a half long movie that's like just like too long. Also, the girl has a subplot where she can just talk to animals that just comes up. And never goes anywhere, never brought up, never addressed. They just kind of treat her as though she's crazy, and then the movie never mentions it again. And it was one of those like, I need to know about this book. Like I need to know if this book is like, are they more anthropomorphic like in the book? Because in the movie, it's sort of implied that they're like when the animals talk, they're just regular animals, but they're slightly smarter. It's very strange. It's a very strange movie. Cute, but very sad. It's when the spider dies at the end. It is truly very sad. She sings a very sad song. Yeah, and then she gives birth to new baby spiders, and they all leave the pig, and then the pig cries. I can't stress how much the pig cries. The pig cries a lot.
When Wilbur is in danger of being slaughtered by the farmer, Charlotte writes messages in her web praising Wilbur, such as some pig, terrific, radiant, and humble, to persuade the farmer to let him live.
That's funny.
Does that make her more anthropomorphic?
I mean, I guess. And then she has a short lifespan of a spider. She dies very quickly. She lives like a.
There you go. From here on, the various farm animals are depicted as anthropomorphic.
Ah, see, there you go. Yeah.
Right in the Wikipedia article.
Right there in the Wikipedia. I mean, they're still gonna eat him. They're still gonna eat the pig. But he dies. They're still gonna eat
Zuckerman's barnyard, Wilbur yearns for Fern and is met with varying reactions from the other animals. With some, such as the motherly goose, showing him compassion, and others, such as the head ram, showing him scorn.
The head ram who's been put to stud throughout the movie. He has several babies throughout that movie. Oh, wow, look at him now. He's Zuckerman's famous pig. It's like, again, it's just like the...
You can't eat him. He's a famous pig.
He's a famous pig. He's a famous pig who looks an awful lot like other pigs.
In the books, it says, or like to describe the character in the book, it says Wilbur is a rambunctious pig. He is often strongly emotional.
He cries all the time. It's more than once. It's really pathetic. He never has a moment of being like an admirable character. I don't find
that's a real nice way of saying he's a crybaby.
He's a crybaby. Yeah. He cries all the time. Like, it was just the thing I took the most from was he just cries all the time. Yeah, that's it's
He's
also
the runt of his litter.
I was really impressed by its animation. That was a really pretty animated. Yeah, he's got a thing for runts the whole movie. That's a running subplot.
Death is a major theme.
Yep.
In the novel.
Yeah, there's
change and innocence.
There's a running clock throughout the movie about him getting eaten.
It's so dark.
Well, that's the thing I've learned about kids' movies, man. Back, especially in the like 80s, 90s, we weren't afraid to traumatize some children. We really weren't. We weren't afraid to hurt some kids.
I should know. Da.
We talked about a troll in Central Park previously. Yeah, dear. Or you mentioned in a comment. You mentioned Ernest Gets Scared Straight, which I watched for the show, which was just an upsetting time. God, that movie was upsetting.
That movie traumatized me as a child.
So upsetting. I watched it at a family member's house, and I will never forget how upsetting that and weirdly
the big one for me that I remember traumatizing me as a kid was Hunchback of Notre Dame. It still upsets me. The scene where they strap him down and they're pelting tomatoes at him, and he's spinning around with the hunchback, and the shirt is ripped, and it looks like blood is like the tomatoes make it look like it's blood running. Oh, no. That scene traumatized me as a kid.
No.
So upsetting.
No.
A side note: Paris Paloma has a song called Notre Dame that like plays off of his character.
Oh yeah.
Chef's Kiss. It's so good.
Good to know. Have to check that out.
Good
to plug
to know.
randomly Paris Paloma because I love
Paloma.
her. She's awesome.
Paris Paloma.
That's it. We've danced around it long enough. Let's talk about Harry Potter. Now, for those of you who are watching this in the subsequent YouTube video that's going to go up later, this is Harry Potter and the books are way worse than you remember because those books are bad. Like they're
badly
bad.
Written. Good
so
ideas, badly written.
Well, here's the thing. I don't necessarily think they're all badly written. I think... Here's the thing about J.K. Rowling. She is really good at writing what she knows. When she starts off the series, she writes Harry as a stand-in character, right? So, like... Ron has very strong opinions. Hermione has very strong opinions. They come from opposing sides, right? Ron grew up in the wizarding world, and Hermione grew up in the human world. Like they have a specific purpose, right? Harry has no feelings or emotions on any topic, right? That's why when the elf thing comes up, Harry is like Switzerland. He is neutral, right?
Mm.
Hermione and Ron have the very opposing views, of course, because they grew up in two very different worlds, right?
Yeah.
In the human world, where slavery is very frowned upon, and in the wizarding world, where slavery is just a normal thing that happens. So, like,
they like being slaves, Hermione.
Yeah, they like it.
So you end up with this thing in the very first 4 books where J.K. Rowling is writing what she knows. So she knows England. She knows the different things. You don't really need to set up like details of the magic very much. Harry is a stand-in for the reader, so she doesn't have to try and write an 11-year-old boy. And even if she did, like, child characters are easy, right? Like, there's not a whole lot of complexities to them.
Yeah.
As a child,
I know where you're going with this.
You can get away with a lot more.
Are you about to suggest that J.K. Rowling doesn't know how to write teenage boy angst?
That's not, well, it's part of it, but also once you hit the end of book 4, the books, like, the tone and the story changes.
Okay. So you agree?
Absolutely.
You agree with the sentiment
really,
that those books suffer from absolute tonal whiplash, right?
Yeah. So book 4 and book 5. So books 1 to 4, Harry is a stand-in.
Yeah.
He is the reader. When you're reading the Harry Potter books, you are Harry Potter.
Yeah.
In book 5, all of a sudden, Harry isn't a stand-in anymore. He all of a sudden has to become an active character in his story because he is the chosen one to face Voldemort. He is no longer a stand-in. And this is when you run into issues because now J.K. Rowling is no longer writing what she knows.
Interesting.
Interesting. That's an okay.
And I really I have to plug the Silver Symposium, who is a YouTube channel he has a video called How Harry Potter Revealed Rowling's Writing Problems. He really dives into detail about this issue in her writing, and some stuff I agree with and some stuff I don't, but if you want to deep dive into more of tonal whiplash in the books, he goes like way deeper. It's very, very
I've seen
can't
people
recommend it enough.
who don't agree that there's tonal whiplash in those books.
Really?
I don't think it's on a second listen through with the audiobooks, I didn't find it was as bad as I kind of remembered it, because early on there is some dark shit in those first books. Like,
sure, absolutely.
But not
I don't think
Voldemort goes from, like, in books 1 to 4, Voldemort goes to, like, the boogeyman off screen to all of a sudden he's a real person.
He's Wizard Bitchler.
Yeah, that's kind of my thing.
So
the fifth one, I also think part of what makes it in terms of villains is it introduces Umbridge, who she is to me. Vader.
She's a better villain than Voldemort, in my opinion.
She's a more realistic villain, is how I would word it, because we've all known an Umbridge.
Oh, yeah.
Like we've all known the passive aggressive. Pardon my French, but bitch of a character who will snipe at you from behind the scenes and treat you awful. And the thing that makes Voldemort less scary or less realistic is he's so over the top that
it's not even that he's so over the top. Umbridge is an active villain. Like, if you cross her, she makes you suffer, right? Like, when you look at how Harry has to write the lines
into his arm,
and it's carving into his arm. Like, when Voldemort is described in the books, he's described to you as a very scary, very villainous character.
He's a monster.
We don't see him actively out there kicking puppies. Do you know what I mean?
Well, here's what I would say to that.
So the weight of his villainy, like, I'm not seeing that as a reader. But Umbridge, I am actively seeing her be a terror in Hogwarts.
What I would say to that, especially in the later books with Voldemort, is by book 5 or 6, this is a multimedia extravaganza. I think by the time book 5 comes out, the movies are coming out at that point, I believe. So I think, especially in the later books, where Voldemort is indicated to have a backstory and like a hidden history that we're not seeing. He's a handsome, young, charismatic guy. I truly think she wanted to do a Voldemort spin-off, and she just couldn't get it off the ground. Like,
I could believe that.
I like same thing with Harry's dad. Harry's dad. Those books feel written to generate a spin-off for her to do about those characters, and that's why their backstories are vague and unmentioned. Just based on how I know how Hollywood works. You know, sausage being made and all that. That's how that comes across to me.
But to then bring it into the realm of the movies, of the adaptions, I honestly, the first one is the best one.
I think so.
I think it's the best one anyway, but that's purely because it's the simplest.
Yeah.
Like movie 1?
Yeah.
The first
movie 1 and 2 were my favorite Harry Potter movies.
They're the best ones, I think. They're the most
like, I can rewatch those and feel all of the nostalgia.
My thing with
because there's so much like blank space and downtime in the first 2 books.
Yeah, you can just cut
stuff that they're cutting. You can just cut that.
Yeah.
Well, here's my thing.
The movie ends up being the condensed version that you need.
Well, okay, tell me if you agree with this sentiment as a more literature-focused person. The pacing in the Harry Potter books is bad. It's just bad. It's just not very good. They're slow books for no reason. That first chapter, I call that first chapter of that first book. I've said it before, I'll say it again. I understand why every other publisher rejected it. Because it is a meandering, boring chapter. Why would you start your Magic Boy book without your Magic Boy? I don't understand that.
Oh, I feel like within the first book, that chapter either needed to be shown as a retrospective chapter later on in the book.
Or something.
Or the book needed to start earlier.
Yeah, I completely
agree. The book needed to start with Voldemort killing Harry's parents.
Well,
that needed to be chapter 1.
I don't have an issue with where the movie starts, which is I think the second chapter of the book, if I'm not mistaken, which is Dumbledore.
Or later. So it either needed to start earlier or later, and that first chapter either needed to be cut or placed different, like further into the book.
Because I didn't mind. I didn't mind
I think that the chapter maybe like if you had started like the movie does, where
the chapter could have been shorter. It could have been a prologue.
That too.
Yeah, it could have been a prologue. Because
it comes across like it's supposed to be a prologue.
It's just not working.
It just doesn't work.
I don't need to know the inner workings
of a character we don't see again.
Like Mr. Dursley. Like why do I care about him?
Right?
They just really they really want to set up how normal and how not magical he is, so that when Harry gets his
why do I have
powers,
to read that for a whole entire chapter?
My thing is like
the answer is you don't, which is why they don't do that in the
movie.
movie.
Every other editor rejected this manuscript. My thing is like I don't mind having a chapter where it's them talking about what's happened to Harry. Like I say, the ones where it's like Dumbledore and McGonagall talking about what has happened. I don't mind starting there. But yeah, to have an entire chapter Vernon Dursley, a character who will ultimately become irrelevant. Like my thing with that first book is it takes Harry so long to get to Hogwarts. Like that's my thing with those books. Is the thing you want out of those books is for Harry to go to Hogwarts, and it takes him an excruciatingly long amount of time to do it in every single one. I maintain.
Well, yeah.
Sorry, I was gonna say I maintain that.
We have to go through Dursley's birthday.
Right? Like
what's the point of that scene? Like how does that scene affect the plot?
Right? Like I maintain the 5th book is the worst one. Like the pacing in that book is horrendous. The movie honestly is better than the book.
Fifth book might be the worst paced, but it has the best scene in the entire series, in my opinion.
Go on.
Which is the wizard battle at the end.
Oh, but the movie's fucking up so badly.
Because I'm not talking about the movies. I'm talking about the book.
The book is good, yeah.
Because in all of the other battles, you have specific formula, right? It's someone who's Avada Kedavraing, who is whatever the spell is. No, they don't though. Voldemort so rarely ever uses those curses. And this is what I'm saying. If he was a villain, he should be using those curses. He should not be Avada Kedavraing people. He should be using Crucio on people and then Avada Kedavraing them. Why isn't he doing that? Like, he's supposed to be this like evil, heartless person. You know what's not heartless? Just immediately killing someone without letting them suffer.
That is true. I think it's because
it's a mercy.
Oh, and my thing with magic is ultimately magic in that universe is not really all that helpful.
At the end of book 5, you don't have that formula. You have them using things around them to battle. Like when I imagine a wizard battle, I imagine them doing what they do at the end of book 5. Grabbing and using and like whatever they have in their vicinity and just like hucking shit at people.
Yeah.
Right? Like you have the entire magic disposal and you're just using like, trying to disarm them. That's so boring.
True.
Like this is the wizard, like when I think of wizard battles, this is the battle that I want to see every single time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that scene just in and of itself is one of the better scenes in the series, in my opinion.
But you have to put up with book 5 Harry Potter, who's just the worst. He's the worst.
Yeah, well, it's because it's the tonal shift, right? All of a sudden now, J.K. Rowling has to write a character that she has no personal experience with. And if you read even her other writing, she really, really struggles to do that. She does not know how to write things that she doesn't have personal experience with.
I mean, okay, well, you want to talk about casting. Daniel Radcliffe does such a great job in that 5th movie of taking all this stuff that makes Harry insufferable in that book and like just filing it like right down to he's actually tolerable now and it's easy to
he brings an actual he was an actual teenage boy, so he knows how a teenage boy would act, and he brings that to it, is kind of how I would put it.
Also, Ron gets fucked in those movies.
Oh, Ron gets fucked so bad. There's so many lines in the books where it's a line that Ron or Harry will have, and it gets given to Hermione because Hermione has to be smart, and they need her to be the smart one.
Bothers me.
Yeah, like in the
even
perfect
if you
example.
watch the interviews with the director, like it was the same director for the 5th and 6th movie.
Yeah.
If you watch the director interviews for the 6th movie, he was like, "Yeah, I've never done like a rom-com before, but I really wanted to do that with this movie."
But that's not what it's supposed to be.
No, and that's why one of the reasons why it's so bad.
Yeah.
I hate that movie. I hate that movie so much.
In the 5th movie was actually quite good.
He condensed that monstrosity of a book in the bad like that. People compared that movie to like that's when her editor became afraid of J.K. Rowling and didn't know how to say enough was enough. Like that book could be 2 books. I mean, even when you're listening to it, that book could be 2 books. Like that was just my first thing.
And that's another thing that happened. That happens with most people. Once you hit a certain level of fame, there becomes a lot less people telling you no.
I remember that book.
And unfortunately, J.K. Rowling really suffers from that. Like it's to her detriment, really.
Also, those books don't have an ending.
I mean, they just hit the end of the year and stop.
No, I mean the 7th book. That's the number one thing I remember the last time I read it. He kills Voldemort, and then it just ends, and it's an epilogue. There's no
10
ending.
years later.
Yeah, there's no ending. They don't reconcile. Like, okay, now Voldemort's dead. And there's a power vacuum.
What happened to his followers?
Dead and Dumbledore's dead.
Dumbledore's dead. Harry doesn't emotionally reconcile with the fact that half of his friends are now dead. Like, a Weasley twin is just dead, and they never address it. They never talk about it. The movie just hard cuts to 10 years later, and now he has 5 kids. Like, it's very bizarre.
But I think we have to talk about the third one.
Harry got the girl in the end. That's what we all wanted, right?
Harry got the wrong girl. Harry should have gotten Hermione. I maintain that.
I mean,
her and Ron getting together was a mistake. I don't agree with that. Hermione should have ended up with Harry.
I maintain him and
third one.
Sorry, I was gonna say I maintain her and Jenny getting together comes completely out of nowhere in both the books and the movie. I maintain that. I stand by that.
Harry and Ginny was weird. That was weird to me.
I do feel like the book did a better job at having it be a slower introduction at the very least.
It's better.
The book, it's just all of a sudden in the books.
Yeah, it's better in the books.
In the movie, sorry, it's all of a sudden, but in the books, it's at least a little bit slower. But I do feel like very weird because when he first meets Ginny, like she is a literal child,
right?
I mean, to be fair,
the age
when he first meets Ginny, he is also a literal child. So yeah, like they're a year apart.
Also that book.
Are they only a year apart?
They're a year apart. Because
I thought there was a bigger age difference between them. That's my bad.
Yeah, no, the
Chamber of Secrets is Ginny's first year at Hogwarts, and that's his second year.
True, very true.
So that
wasn't just confusing it with the movie where they.
Yeah, in the movie they have one conversation, and that's kind of it.
One conversation until the 6th one when they are all of a sudden in love with each other.
Right, and yeah, the third movie is incomprehensible if you've never read the book.
Which kind of kind of is my main thesis of the Harry Potter movies is, they cut so much out that they kind of just they expect that you read the books.
Yeah, they absolutely do.
And it's at a detriment to those movies because third one, for example, there's so much. I guess we kind of skipped the second one because that one is just it's fine.
We're jumping around. It's just Harry Potter.
We're jumping around to the third one, which oh man, that one from Hermione just immediately having Crookshanks in the movie and that whole storyline getting neutered to them cutting out Harry getting the firebolt and Hermione being like, that could be a jinxed broom, and that whole thing. There's so much that gets cut out from the movie. Also, as I'm listening to it this time, just the story generally, I've asked this before, I'll ask this again. What was she thinking, introducing the time turners? Why would you bring time travel into your story? That's just... Okay, so you have time travel magic, and you have the worst dark wizard in all of history, and I'm supposed to believe that he didn't figure out, he didn't go and try and figure out time travel magic to make himself more powerful?
Yeah, so this is another issue that J.K. Rowling has, which is that she's incurious. And this is also a detriment. So she doesn't think of things. She is not curious about things. It shows in her writing. So she doesn't deep dive into her world and think of the plot holes and the things that doesn't work. Even if you think of how she has one wizarding school for all of Asia.
Yeah. That's definitely one of them.
That's 3 billion people.
Well, okay, here's one for
one wizarding school, right? And so she really hasn't delved into the world or the magic system, and part of that is just because as a person she is incurious. She doesn't do the research.
She hasn't thought it out. No, she hasn't thought it out.
Then you end up with things like this, with the time turners, and you're like, what the hell? And it's because she just is incurious, and she just expects the people reading her books to also be incurious and not question these things.
Yeah,
Do you know what I mean?
For sure. I mean, yeah, she doesn't ask these questions. She just needed a plot device at the end of her third book.
She needed a plot device.
Yeah, yeah.
Which it makes it especially egregious when then the cursed child comes out and she like doubles down on the time turner shenanigans
for the cursed child. Here's what I will say about the cursed child is I read that before the script came out. It leaked.
It's like a bad fan fiction.
It leaked. The plot descriptions of it leaked on the internet, and I sent it to a friend, and she went, "This is fake, right?" And I went, "It's gotta be. It's gotta be fake. It's so bad. It's
gotta be a fanfic.
It's one of the worst things I've ever read.
A bad one."
And
the author writes her own fan.
The script came out. She didn't write it. She gave input on the plot, but she didn't directly write it. But it's marketed as the 8th Harry Potter book. It's one of the worst things I've ever read.
Of course, they had to market it as the 8th Harry Potter book so that it would sell. It's like that Prince of Persia game that they called Prince of Persia, but isn't actually a Prince of Persia game. It's like they needed the name to sell it, right?
Yeah,
because they knew it otherwise it wasn't going to.
They knew otherwise it wasn't going to work.
I hear it's a visually stunning play. I hear, the staging of it looks good if you stop thinking about apparently, the biggest thing is
about the nonsensical plot.
The big one is that Voldemort sired a kid, which just flies in the face of Voldemort as a character.
What?
Yeah, that's the big plot twist. Have you never read it? That's the big plot twist. That it turns out.
I read the Spark Notes version.
Oh, I read. Yeah, it turns out in the end that one of the.
Are you kidding? I'm not gonna waste that.
One of the characters.
Justin, she has a bookshelf with way too many good books.
Yeah, one of the characters turns out the big twist is that she's Voldemort's kid that he had with Bellatrix. Yeah, I know, right? Doesn't make a lick of sense.
Isn't the reason why Bellatrix is crazy is because of what happened to her husband? Isn't that part of the reason?
Yeah.
Her kid?
I believe so, yeah.
Her husband and her kid?
I honestly don't remember. I just know she's crazy. And in the audiobook, they pronounce it Lestrange, and it's really distracting.
Yeah, but they also pronounce it Voldemort, and it's distracting, so...
Bellatrix Lestrange.
But yeah, no, the third one is gutted. And if you think the third one is gutted, the fourth movie is definitely gutted.
Oh boy, did that get gutted. They ruined the twist in that movie. Why did they give him a really obvious fate? Why do they telegraph why do movies telegraph good twists in books?
Yeah, that with the mouth.
With the mouth, yeah, giving away the weird facial tick. Like that movie...
But I mean, to be fair, with that one, there's scenes where it's he wasn't at the house in the beginning.
Probably inventing Bellatrix's backstory so that she seems cooler.
Probably.
I feel like JKR is not smart enough to think up that interesting of a backstory where her family was tortured and it caused her to go crazy.
I mean, we don't have time to talk about the weird consent questions in those Fantastic Beasts movies. The one thing I will say that we haven't even talked about the bigotry that's been caked into her into those books. My favorite was our friend Jake, who hadn't realized how much fat phobia was in those books.
So you know how I said Hermione they majorly change her in the movies to make her more appealing and a better person and smarter. An example of that is in Goblet of Fire. In the book, after his scar hurts, Harry immediately tells Sirius, whereas in the movie, it's Hermione who convinces him to do it because apparently, Harry just can't decide to do things on his own under his own autonomy.
He's a substantially stupider character in the movies.
We also really didn't get we got that like one really disappointing Sirius Black scene in the 4th movie.
Yeah, he is also a character that gets
like Sirius Black in the books is like is a way more important character.
He's
in the books
way more major character.
And in the movie,
absolutely,
you like don't even see him. So it's like by the time you get to the
Not
5th
really.
movie and he dies, you're like, why do I care about this guy anyway?
It's even weirder because
it's the same too with Dobby, where in the book he's peppered throughout those books a lot more, and you see him like in the 4th one, he's the one who gives Harry the gillyweed, not Neville Longbottom.
Right.
They visit him in the kitchen. There's the whole Winky aspect of it that gets cut. Barty Crouch is a character in the book who's not in the movies at all.
No. Barty Crouch is in the movies. He's in the movie.
No, he's not.
Barty Crouch? He's very much in the.
Not Barty Crouch.
You're thinking of Ludo Bagman.
Ludo Bagman.
Ludo Bagman they completely cut out. Barty Crouch very much is in the movie.
Ludo Bagman is who I meant. There's so many strange names, okay? I'm sorry. They all get mixed up.
Look,
my brain can't
we're going to talk about the Hunger Games. You want to talk some strange names.
But so I guess because we could talk about Harry Potter all day.
Yeah.
I guess my final thoughts are these movies would be much less forgiven if it wasn't for the actors that are in them.
Yeah.
It is absolutely an example where
I think so.
the actors elevate the
actors
product.
carried the movies.
Yeah, basically.
Except for Dumbledore. Okay. Here's my final question for this. Jordan has always disagreed with me on this.
Yes.
There is a guy I follow who said there has never been a good version of Dumbledore on screen. The closest we have ever gotten to a good version of Dumbledore is I wound up to this one. Jude Law in the Fantastic Beasts movies. In the sense that he has the correct energy and like characterization. Otherwise, he has never really been well portrayed on screen.
Jude Law also took on I'm blanking on the actor's name who was the second Dumbledore.
Gambon, something Gambon.
Yeah. So Jude Law took on a similar cadence that Gambon talks with. Even like
true.
So
similar like inflection and like the way that he says certain words, like his cadence is very similar, and that's props to Jude Law for that because he really made an effort to
match it up.
But I loved the actor who played Dumbledore in movie 1 and 2. Like when I pictured Dumbledore as like a kid when I was reading the books, and I saw this like elderly like white haired in the like robes with the very like quiet, tame, timid speech, and was always kind of talking a little bit like this, and oh Harry, like don't worry about like that was my like image of Dumbledore when I was reading.
Me too, and so that's kind of what in the books. That's why it was always supposed to be a big deal when he did all the high energy magic and he did all the stuff, because it was like Dumbledore is old as fuck and he's still able to do all this stuff. That's impressive.
Yeah,
I don't think Dumbledore doing high energy stuff is necessarily bad or out of character. I feel like Gambon put too much, and it was like too much high energy.
Yeah, he always felt like he was gonna yell at Harry at like any moment for no reason.
Like I felt like it was like the opposing sides of the spectrum, where the first actor was very, very toned down, and then the second actor was like very, very high strung, and would have been great if they had met somewhere in the middle, so you got a little bit of both.
Yes,
I agree. I agree with that.
So Jordan,
but of the two, I prefer the gentleman who played him in 1 and 2. I prefer
the gentle Dumbledore, because that's how I pictured him much more.
Me too.
Jordan, do we hit all the Harry Potter movies?
Yeah. I mean, the
7th movie didn't have to be 2 movies. I don't understand why I needed to watch 1 movie of them just being in a fucking tent.
No, these never do. I mean, we're gonna talk about the Hunger Games and the third and fourth Hunger Games movie.
But, yeah,
but they never do.
I'm pretty like general consensus. The fourth and sixth movies were the worst. The first two were generally the best, and the other ones were just kind of like the actors doing their darndest to work with what
they're
had.
like, we're in the seventh and eighth movie. We want this desperately to be done so we can move on with our careers.
We've been doing this since we were like 11. We'd like to not do this anymore.
They're in what I like to call Stranger Things time, where they're desperately attached to a thing they no longer want to be associated with.
I signed this contract, and I can't wait until it's done.
Millie Bobby Brown desperately wants Stranger Things to be over more than any person on the planet. She just wants that show to end so badly. Speaking of Stranger Things, that's a nice segue. You made a recommendation on our Discord where you can make recommendations about doing Stephen King, and so that sparked me to.
I said 2 of his book to movie adaptations and 1 of his original screenplays.
You did, and that sparked me to watch the one Stephen King thing I'm familiar with, and that of course is It. Have you seen It?
Yes, which is, I have not seen it, and I have not read the book because as a child, my mom read the book.
Yeah.
That was all I needed to know about the book for me to not want to read the book. My mom was pretty cool. She read a lot of like Stephen King books.
Yeah.
And actually I should recommend another to movie adaptation for you guys too, which is Intensity by Dean Koontz. I think it was another TV movie like The Langoliers.
Interesting.
That book though, I mean, I was a child, of course, but that book was exactly as the name described, like intensity.
Interesting.
The whole book, you're just like on the edge of your seat.
Okay.
So, sorry, Stephen King.
So okay.
I have not seen it. I know the general basis and the plot. The book does not have an ending, which is why I didn't want to read it when I was younger, because I was like, why am I going to read a book that has no ending? I know that's a Stephen King thing.
Yeah, there's a really stupid scene in the second movie, because I watched both, and I just lumped it together, because I was like, 1 book, 2 movies. Okay. The second movie has a really stupid cameo by Stephen King. Okay, everyone knows every single Stephen King story. Jordan doesn't know this, but you know this, I'm sure. Stephen King always puts a self-insert character into a shit. Like, it's just what he does. And so, Jordan never saw the first part, but, second part, but he saw the first part. Jordan, you know the character in the first part whose brother dies?
It's been years since I've seen it, but let's say sure.
Well, he eventually goes on to become a writer, and he is essentially Stephen King. And there's a scene, there's a scene later on in the second movie where he's played by what's his name? He's Professor X, James McAvoy. He's played by James McAvoy, and he shows up at this like thrift shop to buy his bike, and Stephen King is there as the shop owner. And he charges him like an exorbitant amount of money for the bike because he hates his endings. There's this subplot where every character tells James McAvoy that he hates his endings. And it's like, oh, okay, clearly people make fun of Stephen King's books that makes fun of his endings. That's a thing. So it's funny that you say that.
You say makes fun of his endings, but the clincher there is that there is no ending.
But don't they beat the?
There is no ending.
From what I read, I own the book. I've never actually finished it.
In the book, it ends with the clown still alive.
Really? Because according to the Wikipedia article,
does it?
Yeah, according to the Wikipedia article,
the whole thing. It didn't.
To be fair, I've never finished the actual book, but according to Wikipedia, it says it ends with the thing dying and it being represented by a big storm, and that they all leave the town and then they all forget everything about everything that happened. And I'm like, that's stupid. That's a stupid ending. Because the movie ends with them remembering and still being friends at the end.
Actively denies you closure as. It actively denies you closure.
But I'm gonna.
So maybe it's not that it ends, but it doesn't.
they all it all ends. The book ends with them all forgetting everything. So they all forget everything that happened. So that in a way denies you closure because they don't all. But like it ends with like the two of the main characters wind up together.
Okay.
The movie's ending.
I just remember there was...
I mean, again, like I. When did this like book come out?
1980 something. I'm gonna guess 88.
So I was 1986.
Ah, I was close.
Yeah. So my mom read this in the 90s. So I was probably like, I don't know, like 9 or 10. So this is what I'm.
The thing.
I just remember my mom being absolutely crushed with the ending, and I was like, okay, this is a book that I can't read.
Do you think that she's probably okay? Okay, Jordan knows the thing. Most people know the very controversial thing in the It book. Let's see if you... Do you know the controversial thing that happens at the end of the It book? Or am I going to have to find a PG way to describe it?
Children.
Say again?
Does it have to do with children?
It absolutely has to do with children and what the children
Having, like, very bad SA things happening to them?
No, it's all consensual. They describe it very briefly in the Wikipedia article as a passing reference. But it's my lead into my big point of this.
Okay.
Then we'll move on.
Dance around the subject.
Yeah, it's not YouTube friendly. The kids...
Yeah, no, sorry. I'm like, you're in the Wikipedia and I'm like trolling the It subreddit, so or our book subreddit.
Yeah, they do. The kids all do stuff together. The girl does.
Yeah, they all do stuff together. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Well, so this led me down a Okay, I have to do this. I have to look right into the camera and be like.
It's an ORGY.
Yeah. I'm gonna look
Essentially.
right into the camera and I'm gonna say it's real. What the fuck is wrong with you, Stephen King? What the fuck is wrong? You were fucked up. You were fucked up because, okay, reading about it led me down this rabbit hole of the worst things that have happened in Stephen King novels, and it led me to. Oh no, we lost her.
Oh.
Give her a second, she'll be back.
That's unfortunate timing.
I know.
My phone's at 16%.
Oh no, does that mean we gotta wrap this up?
Just be aware.
Yeah, shit. That's my bad. Should I wrap this up? We didn't even get to talk about Hunger Games yet.
We haven't talked about Stardust or Princess Bride either.
Oh, she's back. We can hear. Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Okay, we lost you there for a moment.
Sorry. I went to close the Reddit tab and I accidentally closed Discord.
Oh no!
Whoopsies! Whoopsie poopsies.
So sorry. So it led me down a rabbit hole about the worst things to happen in Stephen King novels and short stories, and it led me to this short story called the library policeman, and
I vaguely.
It is one of the most disgusting things I've ever read. It describes a certain not consensual act to happen to a child, and it describes it in such a way that either someone who has done that to somebody or has had it done to them would write. It's too personal. It's too personal. And it was truly disgusting. It made me go like, I'd already watched it at that point, and it made me not want to ever read anything. I was like, dude, how could you put that onto paper? Just the way it's described, it's so detailed. It is disgusting, like disgusting shit. What's wrong with you, Stephen King?
My favorite Stephen King quote is. People want to know why I do this, why I write such gross stuff. I like to tell them I have the heart of a small boy, and I keep it in a jar on my desk.
That's so that's
fucked.
It's so fucked up. It's just how detailed it is to write this. Like my thing was like, okay, a big thing about Terrifier 3 is the big thing about that movie. Is everyone was upset that Art the Clown kills a kid, right? And I'm like, sitting here watching it, where a kid gets his arm ripped off, and he slowly is crawling away from this thing as he just gushes blood, and he's like a 6-year-old kid, and I'm like, and then I'm reading the Stephen King novel or this story describing this bad stuff happening to kids, and I'm like, man, this is so much worse.
Just... Wait till I get to all of the stuff they cut out of the Hunger Games prequel movie that they have in the books. You're gonna you're gonna love it if that disturbs you.
I am okay. So this is what we're gonna do. Jordan's got 2 more things. I've got 1 more thing. I think Jordan, I'm gonna let you do yours, and then I'm just gonna lump all of my Hunger Games shit into one thing. Because
that's fair. Mine will probably be quick.
I have a lot of questions about the Hunger Games for the person who read the book. Universe questions.
I honestly didn't finish whole prequel book, but I did like read the SparkNotes version of the ending that I didn't get to. So I'll do my best.
That's it. The second movie is worth watching, only because Bill Hader is genuinely really good in it. Just like genuinely his performance as a man who's like in the closet and is like overcompensating with weird sex jokes is just like honestly really good. If you're into stuff that's kind of vaguely, it's not like jump scary, it's creepy and it's unsettling. If you're into that, it's really good. It does not contain a child love fest. They very much cut that out of the movie. That's it, Jordan. What's your next one?
These are my have not seens, although as I was watching the one, I realized I had seen it. But anyway, first one is Stardust. It was a Neil Gaiman 1999 novel.
I remember that. Was Claire Danes in that movie?
Yes, she was. Yes.
I remember that movie.
It's got Claire Danes, Robert De Niro, and
Claire Danes, Charlie Cox, Michelle Pfeiffer, Mark Strong, Robert De Niro, etc., 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 etc.
That movie's really good.
Sorry?
So that movie's really good.
It is actually very good. I thoroughly enjoy the princes as the comedic relief, the ghost versions.
Yeah. They all look the way they died when they died. Yeah,
and so the one who died in the bath is just naked.
Yeah.
And as he dies, like he looks down and just sighs, and it's like, oh, it's so funny.
My other favorite guy is the one who has his face smushed. His face is just smushed.
Like they're great. They're very funny.
Robert De Niro is the gay pirate. He's very fun.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. That was this movie is just it's a delight. It's a romantic fantasy adventure film, and it's cute.
I hear it's more lighthearted than the movie, than the book. I think the book is quite a bit darker.
I haven't read the book, so I can't judge on that. But the movie is delightful.
I mean, it's a Neil Gaiman. I love Neil Gaiman. His stuff always makes me laugh. We have like a similar sense of humor.
I do tend to enjoy his stories. According to Wikipedia, I don't remember seeing him in it, but it says something about Ricky Gervais.
Really? That was funny because that was when I worked at the movie theater, and I'd watch anything that kind of looked okay, and I just watched that on a lark, and I was so pleasantly surprised by how much I like that movie. It's really cute. It's worth checking out.
Ferdinand Ferdy the Fence is who Ricky Gervais played.
It's been so long since I've seen that movie.
I am gonna look it up because I'm curious, but I can do that after. No, yeah, I don't. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I don't have a lot to say. It's a pretty paint by numbers movie. Man has horrible girl that he's in love with. Horrible girl wants him to prove his love without doing anything to prove her love. Man goes on mystical fantasy adventure where he finds a star, where the star is a girl. Man falls in love with star. Happy ending.
Happy ending. All right. Is that it?
Good movie.
Good movie.
I'd recommend it.
So I was going to close on this next one, but I'm going to do it quickly now, and we'll close on Hunger Games. Do you?
Because I still have one more.
Are you guys familiar with a movie, a Disney movie, an old Disney movie called Song of the South?
I recognize the name. Yes, I do. I know it.
Or if you don't know that by the name, you know the ride at Disneyland Splash Mountain?
Oh,
Yeah.
is that really controversial
It is indeed. Yes, it's about Uncle
one?
Remus and he tells us it's the song. It's the movie that the song Zippity Doo Dah is from. Zippity Doo Dah, Zippity Day, my oh my what? No, not ringing any
What a
bells.
wonderful day. Briar Rabbit,
Briar Rabbit, all those
uh,
guys.
Splash Mountain,
Splash Mountain. No, not ringing any bells. Or you're looking it up.
Disneyland.
I feel like she's probably looking it up.
Yeah, sorry, I was looking it up.
That's fair.
Oh, okay.
Much easier. It's much easier to just look it
I,
up.
we weren't sure if you were looking it up or if you were just staring at us blankly and being like, "What?"
None of
Sorry,
this sounds.
I went into like reading mode.
None of this sounds familiar.
Yeah, no, I haven't watched it.
No, I
but
wouldn't have expected you to.
recognize it.
I haven't either.
I just needed you to be familiar with it. So I watched that movie for a YouTube video, for a TikTok video, where I said I wanted to see if it was as racist as everyone says as it is, and it's not. It's not as racist as everyone says it is. I firmly believe that you could put it on Disney Plus with like a little warning label. Like there's some,
Like Peter Pan.
yeah, like there's some
She's
stuff.
like
or
very
like Aladdin.
racist.
Yeah, or Aladdin.
Or-
Pocahontas.
It takes place during the Reclamation era of the American South. So Uncle Remus isn't specifically a slave, but it's during that time. But the big thing I said about it when I watched it was the animated stuff holds up. It looks great. It works. I can't believe that they've never tried to take these characters and market them on their own. These characters independently are a very big part of Black culture and the American South, and like the intent behind that movie is not racist. Walt Disney genuinely loved those characters. So I discovered when I was looking at my list, I was like, Song of the South, yeah, or the Uncle Remus characters. There's the all these adaptions. I was like, one of them is Song of the South. That makes sense. And then I saw one, The Adventures of Briar Rabbit. I'm like, what's this? And so someone did. Someone took those characters and put them into and those stories from that movie and made its own movie. And it's really quite cute. It's really good. I enjoyed it. They've kind of turned Briar Rabbit into more. He's played by Nick Cannon, and they've turned him into more of like a Bugs Bunny style character. And they literally do all of the stories from the movie, up to and including the famous Tar Baby scene. You're like, they're not gonna do the Tar Baby scene, are they? No, yeah, no, they're doing it. They're doing the Tar Baby scene. Ooh, that's probably bad. But it's weird, all the famous people that are in it. It's got, like, Nick Cannon's in it, Donald Glover's in it. And instead of having the Uncle Remus character, now he's a turtle. Instead of it, like, it's still, the premise of it is still he's telling this young girl these stories. He's still telling him these life lessons. But instead of it being, like, a black man telling it to a little white boy, it's now a talking turtle telling it to a little black girl. And the movie ends with her taking all the lessons she's learned from Briar Rabbit and using it on her little brother, and it's really funny. And it's funny because that scene, that the Tar Baby scene, is basically like in the Song of the South. It's the culmination of these two characters, kind of Brer Fox and Brer Bear, teaming up and finally getting Brer Rabbit in a trap. And it doesn't really mean as much in the Song of the South because you're not really familiar with Brer Rabbit as a character. But in this movie, he very much has a character arc of, like, he's just kind of a dick. Like, he's kind of a dick to everyone, and he tricks everyone. And so when they finally team up, it's actually kind of a payoff moment. And they throw him into the briar patch, and he's not called Briar Rabbit, so you don't immediately know that he lives in a briar patch. He's called Brer Rabbit. So them throwing him into the briar patch, which is a bit on Splash Mountain, actually works in this context, like as a twist, and it's quite fun. I understand why it didn't do anything, but it's fun. It doesn't really have much of a plot. It's more of a series of vignettes represented by chapter cards, but it's hard to find. It took me a bit to find it, but if you can find it, it's totally worth checking out. It's called The Adventures of Brer Rabbit. Jordan, what's your final movie of the week?
My final movie of the week. Well, I mean, what can I say except, hello, my name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die.
That was another one that
watched...
she mentioned in her video.
I watched The Princess Bride. It was my first time watching The Princess Bride. It was delightful.
Yeah, Jordan, have the book.
One of you two called it?
It's actually like quite.
Well, was it
a cult classic?
Was it you in your video who referred to it as the perfect adaptation, or did Jordan say that? And I've just confused you.
I think I said that.
Someone I heard
because I've said that.
Someone
I heard. I picked it off of a list of supposed good adaptions because I had read that it was apparently this like perfect adaptation because it was written by like the film script was apparently written by the author. So who knows the story better than the author?
Well, that's a question, right? Because are adaptational changes okay or more permissible, especially when like there's cuts or extreme changes when it's done by the original author? Are they more permissible at that point?
I'm gonna have to switch over to my plug my phone in here because I'm getting low.
Okay, I will recontextualize that.
Okay.
And say, all of the retcons that JKR has done with her book series, are those permissible?
No, because they suck.
So there you go. There you have your answer. So in certain situations and contexts, probably, yeah, they're permissible, but in others, what the hell?
Because the reason why I ask is because, we didn't talk about the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, but the one point I would have made, I would make about that is each of those versions of that story are different, but they're all different because of him, and he's the one who wrote the original story. So it's not like because some people would say like a bad adaptation bastardizes the original source material. If it's the author doing the bastardization, as it were, is that okay? Is that better? But then you bring up J.K. Rowling, and I'm like, okay, yeah, the Dumbledore being gay thing is really bad.
Just like all of the stuff, like even in Fantastic Beasts, like what? Like,
I mean the fact that
you retconned so much stuff, like the Crimes of Grindelwald.
That movie's bad.
Movie retconned so much stuff.
Yeah, that movie's bad. I mean the fact that the Wizard President is decided by a magic horse. That's bad.
Yeah, that was bad.
That was bad.
So, so I do think in some situations, because I know, like, bringing up the Hunger Games, Suzanne Collins was very, very involved in both sets of movies.
Interesting. Okay, we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there.
Yeah, like, she was, I think for Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes, she was one of the producers.
Right. Oh, interesting.
So,
okay.
And she herself has praised that movie adaptation. She really likes it.
Interesting. So, okay. So we got to do the Princess Bride before we can do it.
No, sorry, I'm coming back to that.
Okay.
To say that, like, if the author likes the adaptation, like, I love The Princess Bride. I first watched it as a child. The scene in the swamp with the giant rats that I laugh at now as an adult absolutely gave me nightmares and terrified me as a kid, especially when they bite him. Like, I watched that in anticipation, like with so much anxiety, knowing that it was about to happen, and still be so like
that's
surprised and terrified when it did happen.
Andre the Giant is in that one, right?
Yes.
Yeah, he's apparently quite good in it.
He is.
Like, the character casting. Character casting also made the movie what it is. Like,
absolutely.
All of the actors in that movie did such a phenomenal job at bringing the characters to life.
So does the movie, does the book also have that framing device of it's the grandpa telling the story to Fred Savage? Is that a thing in the book as well, or is that a movie thing that they've changed to?
Let me.
I love the scene where I'm terrible with character names, but when the one character says to Andre the Giant, like, you're gonna stay here and take care of him your way, and he's like, what way is that? And he's like, by hitting him in the head with a rock. And he's like, apparently my way isn't very sporting. Jeez, made me laugh. There's like a lot of jokes like that, which just It was delightful.
Apparently,
also,
sorry, go ahead, sorry.
I want to warn you. I have my phone plugged in, but it's still going down. It says it's at 1%.
Weird.
So if I drop off, I apologize in advance.
That's fair. Well, I in a pinch, Jordan, you can always borrow my phone.
Yeah, I mean, in a pinch, I can also use my tablet.
That's true. Yeah. Classic for a reason. Carrie Elvis is also apparently really good in it. I've always wanted to watch it.
He's so good in it. Oh my god, he's so good.
I almost
never watched it?
No, I was gonna for this, and then Jordan was like, "I'm gonna do it," and I'm like, "Well, we'll let Jordan do it. I'll find another reason."
This was my first time.
I cannot recommend it enough. It is.
I absolutely see why. Yeah, I absolutely see why it is well regarded.
Cult classic. It's a cult classic for a reason.
It's an absolute cult classic. So Jordan, if you don't mind, then we'll jump into the Hunger Games, and then if you and then if you die, that'll give you time to get back in on another device.
Because it keeps fluctuating. Like it goes up to 2, and then it goes back down to 1, and then it goes back up to 2. And then it goes back down to 1.
I mean, all we need it to do is not die, because now you just need to sit there and be looking fine. So it's okay.
I am pretty good at doing that.
It's pretty okay.
Who wrote this though?
The Princess Bride, Neil Gaiman, I believe.
No, it's William Goldman who wrote the book, but sorry, S. Morgenstern's classic tale of true love and high adventure.
Sorry, not Neil
Good Parts version, abridged by William Goldman.
That was it. I just know that the author wrote the movie, which is why the movie is so good.
So, with that, we have another one we've been beating around is the 74th annual and 75th annual Hunger Games.
More like the 75th annual bullshit games.
It really is bullshit games, man. Those are some bullshit games. So, okay. My big thing with the Hunger Games.
The first movie or the series?
We'll talk about the first movie. And I'll tell you my perspective of the movie as a person who's never read the books. Okay. I found that movie to be incredibly boring. Like that's my number one note on it the first time I watched it was a lot of talking about doing a Hunger Games and just agonizingly waiting for them to do a Hunger Games, only for them to finally do a Hunger Games and it to be so shaky and so visually incomprehensible that you couldn't see a thing. And I will never forget the first time I watched it on the big screen. It made me motion sick. Like, it made me nauseous just by how shaky it was, and you couldn't see anything that's happening. And then, yes, Jordan references it all the time. The second one we affectionately refer to as the 75th annual bullshit games.
So the issue that the movies have, that all of the Hunger Games movies have, is books are first-person POV.
That was going to be my first question.
So the characters are so much defined by their inner monologue.
Yes, I could tell.
So much characterization happens in their internal monologues.
And a lot of, like...
you completely lose in the movies.
Well, I mean, that's just an unfortunate consequence of going from a book to a movie. I get that. And, like...
Well, and it's not even just that, because there are ways that you can externalize that.
Yeah.
Not in the length of a 2-hour movie.
No, and there's a lot of stuff in that first movie and in the prequel as well, which we'll get to, where there's a world building stuff that is not being explained, that the mechanics of how this world works, why it's being broken down the way it is.
In the movie, you just don't have time to do that.
No, right? And that's why I'm like, all of my issues with this narratively, I can tell are a consequence of adaptation. And I've hit a point where I'm starting to recognize that. Like, I can't imagine you've read Ready Player One or seen the movie.
No, I haven't.
That movie was a similar, and Harry Potter is similar as well.
I like those ones.
Where it's made very clear that a great amount of time has passed in a short period of time on screen, which is a much longer time in the book, and that becomes a cross. And there's just certain elements of the world that gets reduced to just kind of being vague and not very well defined. So, like, I'm just not getting invested in this. That, yeah, I could tell I would be were I experiencing this character in the first person.
Yeah, so for the first Hunger Games, I actually watched the movie first. Then I read the book after.
I'm told it's one of those things, the book is much better.
Yeah, so I actually went to my really, really old blog because I was like, I know I did a review of the book on my like super old blog from like 15 years ago.
That's awesome.
And my ultimate thoughts, that's how I know I watched the movie first and then read the book. And my ultimate thoughts were like, the movie was good, but the book was better.
Yeah, it has that vibe. It very much has that vibe. Yeah, same with like stuff with pita. Yeah. There's just certain points in there where I'm like,
pita bread.
Pita bread. This feels.
That's the thing. That's why his name is Pita. He's the son of a baker. He's named after the bread. Pita.
Oh my God, you're so right. Oh my God, oh my God.
Like and Pita and Gale are named that way. Gale is named after the wind force. So Pita and Gale are actually not characters within the book. They're concepts. Gale being very much like Katniss, impulsive, headstrong, very like in your face, and Pita being the opposite, very gentle, relaxed, laid back, calm, like critical thinking things through,
right,
and planning. And so they are the opposing forces in her life that affect her actions and her character within the movie, which is another reason of why in the books Katniss ends up with Pita, because he's the force in her life that levels her out.
Gotcha.
He tapers down her impulsivity and her intenseness, and he brings the very like good, loving kindness into her life that she needs. As Gale is as a character can't, because of his the concept that he represents, he feeds into her impulsivity and her like the things that basically the negative characteristics, he feeds into those in her personality and makes them stronger, like a Gale does to a fire.
Well,
Pita is like the water that tapers it down.
The vibe I get from the movie is that you clearly spend a great deal more time with Gale prior to the reaping. That just doesn't happen in the movie. Where it's like, I feel like I should know this character better, because later on...
their characters in the books are very set up. They're very similar. Their fathers both died in the same mining accident. And then Katniss, at that point, her mom was so distraught from that.
The movies
basically
lose that.
She basically became catatonic.
Well, that was one of my questions, is I had to Google this.
Katniss, as a child, because they had a younger sister, had to become the breadwinner for the family, had to focus on making sure the family survived. And that's that scene that you get in the movie where Pita's mom is basically like hitting him for burning the bread.
Yeah.
He burned the bread on purpose because he knew they wouldn't be able to use it and would have to throw it out so that Katniss could take the bread. Feed her family because they were starving.
That gets absolutely...
You lose that in the movie. Like, you see that scene and you're like, oh, okay, like he burned the bread, and then Katniss so happened to be there happened to be able to take the bread to feed her family. But like in the books, Pita does it on purpose, specifically to help Katniss, which very much sets up his character archetype, right?
I was like,
the kind giver.
Why is Katniss such a dick to her mom? And like, I couldn't figure out why she was so mean to her. And then I had to look it up, and I was like, oh yeah, in the book it's because she's black. Yeah. Exactly what you just said. I was like,
her mom basically,
okay.
After the death of the father, her mom became unable to care for them.
Yeah, it's like the movie very much loses that.
The movie loses that.
The other thing that the movie suffers from is
and like that's a major motivation and definition of Katniss's character. Like all of her character, like not all of her, but like the majority of her character motivation, because when you think of like Maslow's hierarchy of needs, the very first ones are survival and shelter, right? Katniss's life growing up was only focusing on the bottom two. Right? So then when she's thrown into the capital, where they have to worry about the bottom two, so they're at the next ones, which is like things like luxury and like more materialistic things. She's not good at she's not good with people. She's not good at being charming or anything like that, because her whole life has only been focused on survival.
Do they ever
hasn't had to worry about like interacting with other people. She hasn't had to worry about, hasn't had the opportunity to think like, I need to make these people like me for these reasons.
Yeah.
Her whole character is survival character. So to cut that out of the movie,
right,
you lose her entire base as a character.
Do they ever explain
and her character motivations?
Okay, because all my interest in this all comes from the world building, all comes from the world itself. Do they ever explain why kids? Why kids?
Yes, they do. They get into a lot more detail about the reaping, what reason behind the reaping, and essentially all of the things in the war that happened in the war. It is a punishment.
Interesting. Is that all in the prequel?
Hunger Games specifically is a punishment to remind capital or to remind the districts, and essentially to punish them.
Right.
Or all of...
But then why put people from the first district in there? Because isn't the first district the capital?
Oh.
The first district isn't the capital.
Oh.
So the capital is its own thing?
The capital is its own thing.
Its own thing. So like all of the District 1 psychopaths, they're not from the capital? I thought they were from the capital. I'm very confused.
Let me look it up.
Okay, because that was my thing. I was like,
is the capital District 1? No, District 1 is not the capital in the Hunger Games.
Oh, the movie does a bad job of it.
It's one of the closest districts to the capital. Yeah, okay, so I am right.
The movies do a bad job of articulating the breakdown of how the society functionally works, and just kind of
and you get that so much better in the books.
So
to be fair, that's usually how these things work.
Yeah, and especially in the prequel, because it's only 10 years after. It's only 10 years after the war has been won.
Right. So paradoxically, I like the second movie. I didn't watch the third or fourth one because they're bad, and I'm just gonna.
I don't recommend the movies.
The
book was good.
They split up
They had a hard time. The last thing is they split the last movie into two parts. Then they went and focused on all of the wrong parts of the book.
Sure, that's what I've heard. You're not the first. I've heard the first one's really boring. The second one's not so bad.
It suffered from the sixth Harry Potter curse, right? Where you take the contents of the book and you're like, we should focus on this stuff that doesn't really have as much to do with the plot.
Gotcha.
Right? And then, like even one of the scenes, it's like when you watch the movies, you can see where they're padding the runtime.
Yeah.
To make it into two movies.
Yes, yeah, it's one of those. Yeah, because it's not meant to be two movies.
It's one of those because it's not meant to be two movies.
Yeah. I like
they're like mindlessly running around in the dark for like a whole.
I've heard there's a lot of establishing shots. Just like a ton of establishing shots.
But they could be instead using that time to like really dive deep into Katniss's PTSD.
Yeah, no, they're not gonna do that.
No, yeah, right? Like, because that's such an integral part of the fourth book.
But
Katniss has severe PTSD, and her character is written as someone with severe PTSD. All of her decisions and everything she does in that book, especially in the first half, which would have been the first movie, is based off of that, and it never comes through, I think, very well in the movies.
I didn't mind the second
one. Which is disappointing, because they had an entire fucking movie to do it.
Yeah. I didn't mind the second one. The second one I liked a lot better. I found that the characters were more... I don't know if it was a case of all of these guys know these characters a bit better now. They're a bit more like... I didn't find Hamish to be all that engaging in the first one, but I quite liked him in the second one. Hamish
is actually a really great character in the books.
Yeah. I liked him way better in his like clear, conflicted nature about
the
it.
Actor, the actor who portrays him also did a very good job in my opinion.
He did. My favorite character in those movies, and you could probably tell because I constantly... Caesar Flickman. Stanley Tucci as Caesar Flickman is phenomenal. He's so good. My thing is, I want a Caesar Flickman movie where he goes home and he takes off the wig and he wipes off the makeup and he's just this horrible, depressed, conflicted character who's being tortured into doing this, because otherwise he
comes like the Joker movie.
Yeah, well, just because otherwise he comes across as like a sociopath. Like my big thing with these movies is ethically, how do you do this ethically and feel good? Like,
don't. So that's
you don't.
You don't. The thing that I really liked about the prequel is that it contextualizes. Because it's a villain origin story, right?
Okay. You know what? We buried the lead enough. Let's do the prequel. Yes, because I have 1,000 questions.
It contextualizes everything that happens in the later
But
books.
It doesn't do it well enough. My issue with that, I hated the movie.
I hated
the movie. I hated it so much. Because it desperately wants to be a year one Hunger Games story. Too much of the Hunger Games is annoyingly underdefined for if you've ever done any event planning whatsoever, that event is too underdefined for an event that's 10 years in. Like, they make too many mistakes, too much bad shit happens, they make too many stupid decisions that don't make any sense for an event that's 10 years in. Also, Lucky Flickman's a sociopath. He's a sociopath.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure in the book he's like a weatherman.
Well, he's a weatherman in the movie, but...
Is he? He's like just a newscaster.
Well, in the movie they kind of represent it like he's almost like a sports commentator. Like that's how he presents it. Where he's like, and they're running down the street, and they're not, and they're this, and then that's not this, and then he comes across more like a football announcer than he does a...
So, in the books, you're introduced to him, like, he is at the zoo where... and I don't even think this is specified in the movie. Like, the tributes are never referred to as people.
No.
They are... only ever, like, in the book, they actually don't get taken care of by a doctor. They get taken care of by a veterinarian.
Yeah, they think they're scum, basically. They're like savages. But that's my thing with this movie, is they don't explain any of why that is. They don't explain the history of this world. It just kind of reduces the capital to like, oh, they're just a vague dystopian... What's the word I'm looking for?
So The Hunger Games as a novel and a series is actually a testament to human nature. It's like the opening pages of Songbirds and Snakes is quotes from three philosophers from not all three philosophers, but like specifically there are quotes from three philosophers from the Enlightenment period. Thomas Hobbes, John Locke, and Jean-Jacques Rousseau. And they all represent the three different versions of moral thought. In the book, these ideas are personified in the characters around Coriolanus. So, like Dr. Gall, who is very sadistic and views humans at their base as savages and like really out to get the other is represented in Dr. Gall.
Okay.
And then you see a lot of John Locke, where humans are a blank slate. They don't start out as anything, and it's everything in life that affects how they are. Those are very representative of John Locke's theories. And see a lot of his stuff in Janus.
Interesting.
In his character, and this is all like very detailed in the book, and like even like I said, part 1 of the movie is cuts out at least 3 whole chapters from the first 10 chapters.
Because like the stuff they showed at the beginning, okay, the stuff involving the war and why the war, and the like they do eventually explain the genesis of where the Hunger Games comes from and who created the Hunger Games and how the idea came about, and all that stuff is 1,000 times more interesting than anything that happens in this movie, and in this movie, and they never explore it. And like, yeah, the village and origin stuff is interesting, but it's not as interesting as the world itself. Like I'd be far more interested in a prequel where it's before the war and you see how their country, how Pan Am functioned before the Hunger Games.
But the thing is this book, the point is not to show necessarily the world and how it started. It is to show how Coriolanus Snow became President Snow. That is the purpose of this book. And it's doing it by highlighting specifically these 3 lines of thought on human nature from these 3 philosophers from the Enlightenment period.
I suppose that's fair, but I guess maybe like as a viewer of the movies, I was never interested in President Snow enough to ask those questions.
So, as movie, I have like a lot of issues with the movie itself. I do have some things I think the movie did right. There are changes that I understand but still didn't like.
Also, it's a musical.
I have a bunch of
putting that out there. It's a musical. There's more than one musical number. It's a musical. There, I had to get that out of the way.
So, it's because Lucy Baird Gray comes from like a troupe of performers.
Yeah, she is very Romani coded. Very Romani coded.
Yeah, so she is her troupe traveled around through all of the districts before they were separated into the 12 districts, and then they just so happened to get caught in the lockdown in District 12. So she actually, in the book, she actually persistently says to all of the people tell her she's from District 12 that she's actually not from District 12. Yeah. She like always corrects them. She's like, I'm actually not from District 12.
Yeah, they do
I'm
that
actually not from District 12.
They do that in the movie as well, where he asks her you're from District 12, and she goes, no, I'm not from District 12. They do that in the movie.
Do that, I think, like one time. In the book, it's like constant. She's constantly having to remind people, I'm actually not from District 12.
So is the fact that Rachel Zegler does her with a weird Southern accent, is that just an affectation for the movie, or is that part of her character?
I am pretty accents don't, unless there's specific ways to like write the slang, like accents don't come through on paper.
True, because just a big part of her, she sings country music. Like that's just such a big part of her character that I'm like, that feels like that has to come from somewhere.
That's a decision based on the movie, how they wanted to portray
that's just the movie.
The music and because all of the songs in the book, they're literally just words on a page. They're not set to music, right?
Oh, true.
They're just lyrics on a page. So when they wanted to make the movies, that is an executive decision that they made to make it more
country. Be country music.
And to be honest, I find that kind of a little offensive because District 12 is known as the poorest district and the lowest within the society, even within the 12 districts.
Yeah.
So to have them portrayed as kind of like country bumpkins is just kind of offensive.
Well, that's my major issue with this movie. It presents
that's where you went with this. You're like, oh, they're the poorest district. Let's just make them country.
Right. Well, I mean, but okay. But there's also that one district who they don't speak English properly because they're that uneducated. My thing with this universe generally is it's so like all the stuff that I'm interested in. Like, okay, so the country is called Pan Am. So prior to this war that they've been generationally
Pan Am is actually, I'm pretty sure, is based off of like actual America.
Okay.
Dystopian America. Like
so they're supposed to be
the
America.
United States.
Is that the idea?
It's supposed to be the United States. The dystopian United States.
Because it's just not the breakdown of what makes each district different from each other, how far away they are from each other.
You don't get any of that in the movies. You don't get any of that in the movies.
The mechanics
There's no time.
But does the book go into the mechanics of how this world works? Because that's the shit I'm interested in.
Goes definitely into more detail. Like each district has a purpose.
Yeah, the movies don't really.
Movies don't get into that, but each district has a purpose and like a thing that they do. Like District 12 has the coal mines.
Yeah, that's kind of what they mentioned, but
people who are in District 12, like they're working the coal mines. The people in District 2, one of the reasons why District 2 is such a higher class is because they made weapons for the capital.
Gotcha.
During the war.
So, okay.
They essentially, like, District 2 tends to get more preferential treatment. And in the set, like, Sejanus is from District 2. His dad was a weapons supplier.
Who got rich.
And essentially got rich, and then paid for his way into the capital so that his son could have a better life.
Yeah, the movie's totally missed
that's
all
why
that.
you get so much of Sejanus being like, these are real humans. When he gets placed with the boy from District 2, he went to school with that kid.
Oh, yeah, the movie completely misses that as well.
You completely miss that in the movie.
I did appreciate that it explains the movie explains the mechanics of exactly what Hamish does, like what his role is in the process of like, okay. So he sits in a little room and he watches a screen and then he hits a button and he's, okay, I get this now. Because the movie doesn't really explain what his functionality he just seems like a weird drunk who hangs around. Like, okay, that's what he's being made to do. Got it. Okay, I understand now.
So like the thing so originally in, like, this is what the book sets up here for the 10th Hunger Games is, at the end of the year, like the academy, which is the prestigious school where the kids go to, at the end of the year, you get prize money. Not prize money, but it's essentially like a scholarship money.
Yeah, that's what he wants.
They call it the prize, but in reality, what it is it's scholarship money, right? And so in the book, which they changed this in the movie, he is trying to become a mentor so that he has a higher likelihood of qualifying for the scholarship.
Gotcha.
In the book, they completely changed that. They're like, hey, change of plan. You're actually having to be mentors now. But that was never a surprise plot twist in the book. Like, Coriolanus already knew that they were choosing mentors, and his whole motivation to become a mentor so that he can get the scholarship money to go to university, to become a more prominent figure within society and restore the name of Snow.
Right. Well, because his heel turn in the movie kind of comes completely out of nowhere. It's just like all of a sudden he's a total psycho, and you're like, wait, when did this? He hasn't been like this the whole movie.
In the book, there's a whole slow build to that.
Yeah, in the movie, it comes out of nowhere.
The movie, everything happens too fast, right? Like even in that first, I think they actually only have one zoo scene in the movie, but like in the book, it's like 4 scenes.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. That sequence.
So they condensed like 3 scenes. 3 zoo scenes into that one zoo scene.
Interesting.
So, like, even the girl who gets stabbed with the bottle.
Yeah.
In the book, she gets her throat slit.
Yeah.
And, oh, cool, I get another thumbs up thought bubble.
It's random.
I don't know why that's never happened to us before.
And her act, like, actually her funeral and everything.
Yeah.
Sets up so much of Coriolanus's inner character.
That makes
sense.
You
get so much in that, and that whole chapter is cut from the movie. I'm like, this is a defining chapter. Really show you what Coriolanus thinks of people, how he views people, and it's not in the movie at all. That whole chapter is just
spoiler alert for the end of that movie. He eventually screws over a friend in kind of a dark way that came completely out of nowhere for me. It made no sense for his character to do that, as it had been established in the movie. I'm like, oh, he's just cool with murder now. All right, and they don't really like. I could feel him killing the kid in the Hunger Games was supposed to be like a big deal, but it doesn't come across that way in the movie.
In the books, it's actually slowly building how Coriolanus views the world, right? So, because right now, Coriolanus at the beginning of the movie starts as a blank slate. Then he essentially has John Locke, Thomas Hobbes, and Jean-Jacques Rousseau as these three philosophers with these three ideals who are representative of specific characters in the book, and he is interacting with all of them. He is making specific decisions in the books. And as he makes those decisions, he comes to certain conclusions that sway him either way. The further he gets into the books, the more you can see his brain swaying to one specific way.
Interesting.
The point that when you get to that final scene with, what's her face? Lucy. And him in the cottage. In the book, she actually doesn't say, I'm going to get food. That's internal monologue in her brain. That's the narrator tells you that. But because in the book, they can't have that internal monologue, she says it out loud.
Yeah.
Going to get food.
Yeah, that's a big thing that I notice in book adaptations.
Book, this whole time, Coriolanus is becoming more and more paranoid. And he is viewing, because there's the one scene in the movie where they're walking through the forest and he's like, I killed 3 people. And Lucy is like, wait, I thought you only killed 2 people. Because she doesn't know that he actually is the reason of why Sejanus got killed.
Yeah, yeah.
But at this point, she only thinks that he's killed 2 people. This is almost like a muck-up on his part, because he's now confessed that he's killed more people than she originally thought. All of these things are leading him to look at the conditions, situations that he was put in. And even though he has all of these people who are like, it is conditions that you are in that cause you to do this thing, like when he kills the boy in the arena, if Dr. Gall had never like made him go into the arena or like put him in the arena, he wouldn't have been in a situation where he felt like he needed to kill someone. But at the same time, Coriolanus made the executive decision to keep beating that kid. Right? He could have stopped once the kid passed out, but he didn't. He kept beating the kid.
I mean, because he was like, the kid was dead anyway.
In his brain, he is now needing to justify why he did that. Why he didn't stop. Why he kept going. And how it's not a moral failing on him. It's because innately as a human, humans are savage, right? Yeah. And you see that repeated every time he has to kill someone. That thought in his internal monologue gets further and further cemented into his brain. Like, to the point where by the time he gets to that little like cottage house, whatever, with Lucy and she leaves, he is so paranoid.
Yeah.
He thinks Lucy is going to go tell them, the authorities, that he did all of this stuff, and he is not and he's essentially going to get punished for
Yeah,
it.
the end of the movie is him like closing off all of the loose ends that connect him to this crime, which he does.
Yes, which he
Effectively.
does. Effectively, yeah. But it's birthed from this intense paranoia that he develops throughout the entire course of the book that you just do not get in the movie because you don't have his rolling monologue.
No, he absolutely out of nowhere, he's just willing. He
goes
just
ballistic.
He just becomes this cold sociopathic killer, and who's willing to screw over everyone and anyone who helped him up until this point for no real reason. I mean,
yeah, I find that's an issue that a lot of book to movie adaptations have, where
especially
in a book,
first person POV.
Yeah, where in a book they'll have an internal monologue which explains like 13 different scenes that you see in the movie that you have no idea what the context is because you didn't hear that internal monologue. Yeah,
but I
definitely.
got to the end of that movie and I was far more interested in. I want to see the movie where it's about I'm gonna call him Cornelius. Cornelius's dad and Peter Dinklage. I want that movie where it's about them creating the first Hunger Games. Like, to me, that's way more interesting. Like, I'm way more invested in that than I was in this. I just wasn't all that. All the stuff I was interested in this didn't involve this character, and I don't know if that's a failing of the movie or.
If you
do you
like,
find
if you
Coriolanus in the book to be a very I don't know about engaging, very interesting character. But I mean, that could also be like I really like. You look at villain origin stories, you often get the base like villain had a bad childhood,
which he technically did.
Coriolanus isn't like that. Coriolanus didn't have a bad childhood.
Really, because the movie implies that he did.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it wasn't easy, right, with the war. And once his dad died, they lost their source of income. And so his grandma had to start selling off all of their stuff. And they basically lived on canned beans.
Yeah,
and so now they
don't have any of this.
Yeah. So, they even skip the part where he's making cabbage stew. I mean, made me think of like the opening scene to Willy Wonka where they're making cabbage stew in their dilapidated house, right? Like, typical poor people food.
Well, I'm like,
you're making cabbage stew.
Why? What's the deal with the war? Why was there war? Again, what was their societal structure like prior to the war, prior to the Hunger Games? Like, those are all the questions that are way more interesting about this world to me than. Like, they're doing a sequel to this, and it sounds so boring.
The books, like this one in the 10th Hunger Games specifically, you do get a lot more insertion of why the Hunger Games were started, what caused them, why it's kids. Get all of that because in the book, people aren't tuning into the Hunger Games anymore, obviously, because who wants to watch a bunch of like kids murder each other?
Yeah,
that's so boring. Jeez.
And I mean, not everyone can be the Roman Empire,
right?
So it dives into a lot of that psychology because they're trying to reinvigorate Hunger Games to be more entertaining.
Yeah, again,
and Coriolanus has a little bit of a hand in that.
Yeah.
And ultimately, he is the reason why when you get to 74th and 75th Hunger Games, you have the character Caesar Flickerman.
You have that
President Snow, because he understands how to make the Hunger Games entertaining to the people.
Seem palatable, I guess.
Sensationalized.
He knows how to sensationalize. He knows how to make them seem not human anymore.
Well, I mean, Caesar Flickerman,
a show.
Lucky Flickerman, he's so indifferent. He's so indifferent to it.
So I don't know. Suzanne Collins honestly is a little bit of a genius writer to me, just because of the way she sets up her characters and the way that she presents these like ideas. She essentially, like, turning just some wishy-washy idea and turning that into a solid character is impressive to me. I feel like I would have a hard time doing that.
All I did was have questions about the previous 9 Hunger Games, where I'm like, it really seems like the notion of who wins the Hunger Games doesn't really seem to matter, because half of the people are feeble
so that's actually something that President Snow brings up, and that is why they invent the Winner's Village.
That's what the book. Yeah, I read the wiki on the book ending. It mentions the movie doesn't mention that at all.
No, so these are all of the things that get lost, right? The whole point of the book is how to make the Hunger Games more interesting and palatable to the general public. So, like, even in the books, they don't show this in the movie, but there's actually tons. By the time they actually get to the Hunger Games in the book, there's only 14 out of 24 tributes left. 10 of them die. And their bodies are paraded through the streets. Like, they're dead bodies. Like, literally these children, one of them riddled with bullet holes, is on a crane being suspended in the air dead, just paraded through the streets. Because I think that was the one that was slit her did the you saw the death in the movie, like, that was she killed one of the, like, kids. That was to show the districts, like, this is what happens when you
when you cross us.
But then
when you cross us.
I'm just like, what was the point?
It's so disturbing to read. Honestly, it's
because I'm like, okay, well, one of the tributes is a girl with Down syndrome. Well, looks to be Down syndrome, and that made me go, ooh, this feels not okay. And then one of the girls just has tuberculosis, and I'm like, clearly there's no sport in this. But on concept, it's just you stick 24 people in a small arena, gladiator style, and just let them have at each other. So what's the point in putting the people who can't fight? Like, what is the point in all? And the movies never go into any of that or explain any of that, and that's what would make this interesting to me.
Yeah, so then you should read the book, because it goes into that's literally the point of the book.
I have 5 Audible credits.
To explain all of this stuff. So
I have to use one of my Audible credits.
Because that's what President Snow, that was his whole thing, is solving all of these issues for the questions that you're asking.
Yeah. My thing is, like, I'm way more interested in the book about the first Hunger Games. Like, when it was Peter Dinklage and he's wrestling with his moral, like, the fact that he can't handle that he's created this thing and he just is drunk all the time. Like, that character clearly got savaged in this movie, and he interests me.
Yeah, when you guys say Hunger Games prequel, I think first Hunger Games. That's what comes to mind for me.
Right, that's what I thought it was. I thought it was first Hunger Games, not 10 Hunger Games in. I didn't. I thought the marketing massively misleads on this movie, because it makes it look like she's the main character. Like, I thought she was the main character, and then I got about 20 minutes into it, and I went, oh, she's not the main character of this. Oh, all right. Sorry, George, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, yeah, no, I would be fascinated. It's like The Purge, where it's like, I want to know how The Purge starts.
Right.
Like, that's the question that I have.
I want to see the movie.
What insane situation had to happen where the society that exists in this world thought that this was a normal and okay thing to set up.
I want to see the movie where it's guys in boardrooms discussing, like, logistically how we're gonna make this work, like that. But maybe that's me being weird.
Maybe I was gonna say, maybe I'm the weird one.
Yeah, maybe I'm the weird one. I don't know. Yeah, I didn't like it. I didn't like the Hunger Games prequel. They're apparently making another one, and it's not about, because apparently another book came out, but it's not about him. It takes place during the, like, 35th Hunger Games or something like that, and it's a new character.
I haven't heard of that.
Yeah,
when I was looking it up, it didn't come up.
Yeah, when on the wiki, it's hold on. I'll stall and I'll pull it up.
We're holding. I'm holding. I'm holding the edge of my seat, which in this case is my bed.
Hold on.
I'm holding. We're holding. We're holding for effect.
When I type in Hunger Games into my Google, the first thing that pops up is Stanley Tucci.
I think ultimately
sequel.
the Hunger Games suffers from subject matter is too complex to be condensed into a movie.
It's going to be called Sunrise on the Reaping. It's an upcoming dystopian novel written by the American author Suzanne Collins. It's the sequel prequel novel to following the Ballad of the Songbirds and Snakes. And the synopsis is, as the day dawns on the 50th annual Hunger Games, fear grips the districts of Pan Am this year in honor of the Quarter Quell. Twice as many. Oh, so it looks like twice as many tributes will be taken by their homes back in. It's Haymitch. It's about Haymitch. It's a Haymitch.
Okay. Haymitch origin story.
It's a Haymitch origin story. I'm gonna save you the rest of the synopsis. It's the 50th course, the first Quarter Quell. So it's Haymitch.
It's the 50th. It's the 50th annual bullshit game.
Yeah, because this is the Quarter Quell, so it's the same thing as the second one, where it's this time it's twice as many Hunger Games, and it's about how. But that's kind of dumb because don't you know how Haymitch won? Like, don't they reveal that in the book? That's why, from what I read, because I read about him, I became fascinated by him. It's from what I read, it's he hid by the force field, and he like tossed something at it, and it reflected back, and it killed the person who was about to kill him. And he won on a technicality, which why he's being made to be a mentor, even though he doesn't want to be.
Yeah. So the previous Hunger Games
mentor.
The previous Hunger Games contestants or tributes become mentors. That was also a President Snow thing. He made that happen. He was like, hey, instead of having kids from the academy, we'll just make the previous tributes who have won become the new mentors.
I mean, it makes sense as a propaganda tool to have them be like, isn't the Hunger Games? But my question, why is it called the Hunger Games? Like, where does the name come from? Like, questions like that.
Imagine how villainous you have to be like, hey, I know you have PTSD from this thing, but every year you're going to get given a tribute now who you get to watch die.
Right? I mean...
like, no wonder Haymitch is the way that he is.
Oh, yeah, the only way he can interact with the world is by being drunk. Yeah, hey, man, I get it. I understand it. So, this world seems horrible. Of the dystopias, it definitely seems like one of the worst ones. But, like... Yeah, it just seems like this could be accomplished with adults. It just doesn't feel like it needs to be children.
I mean, it has to be children so they can sell the book series to children, Justin.
I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Yeah, it is a like it's a young adult novel. It is a
ya. Actually, it's very much a ya.
I do I feel like the Hunger Games would be a much better series.
Yeah.
In a movie. Like, the concepts that Suzanne Collins uses in her books.
But wait.
Just
a streaming series or a proper 22-episode television series? Those are different.
Streaming series.
So
like where one book is like 6 to 8 episodes.
Okay, that's fair.
So like a His Dark Materials kind of scenario.
Or yeah, Bridgerton or
Outlander.
Lander, something like that. Yeah.
Interesting. Mm-hmm. I don't disagree.
Because all of the issues, Justin, that you're having with the book have very easily been solved if they had been able to put all the stuff that didn't get put into the movie.
I got that vibe.
All the issues you have with the movie could have been solved if they had been able to actually address all of the stuff in the book in an 8-episode serialized
I got that
season.
vibe. A lot of my issues I could tell are just like, I don't think I'd have these issues in the... I'm going to end up using my credits on those books. It's happening. It's already happening.
I don't think I own the Hunger Games series. think I got them from the library. Otherwise, I would let you borrow them. But even Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes, I just got from the library.
I don't read books. I listen to them on Audible while I'm working.
So you can get the audiobook from the library and just download it onto your phone.
I could do that. I have 5 credits on Audible, so I'll probably use it.
But yeah, like even like the Hunger Games, the original trilogy, the ending isn't really a happy ending, and that's on purpose.
Yeah,
right?
no, yeah.
So, like the ending of like this story is not meant to end happy, like this series. And even if you think about it, like people talk about like the Hunger Games, why are the Hunger Games going on for so long? When you actually think about it, the Hunger Games started and stopped in the entire lifetime of Coriolanus Snow.
You're right. Yeah, you're right.
So, like, within his life, it only lasted the length of his lifetime.
75 years sounds like a lot, but in the scheme of a society, it's not that long.
It's not that long.
No.
It's the life of one dictator.
Like, you can tell it didn't work.
Well, okay, so right? did the okay. We could talk about the Hunger Games all day, but my final question on the Hunger Games is the president who's the president in that, was he the president when the Hunger Games started?
President Coriolanus?
Not Coriolanus, President Ravenclaw, whatever his name was. The guy whose son
Ravenclaw.
His son, the guy whose son died. Was he president when the Hunger Games first started?
President Hufflepuff?
It's Raven something. Raven Holtz or Raven... Sorry, say again?
Raven still?
It's Raven still.
Was Panem's first president.
So does that mean Coriolanus is only like the second president, or was there a president between them?
No. I don't think there was a president between them.
So it was this guy and then Coriolanus?
So Ravenstill was instrumental in the establishment of the Hunger Games after the district's defeat them in the war.
Interesting. Because like there's just like so many, like how did the Capitol win? If it's 12 against 1, how'd the Capitol win? It sort of feels like they should have lost. Like just a lot of world building questions that I had that just don't get answered in that movie.
So Dark Days, 10th Hunger Games. Due to his age, Ravenstill presumably died long before the time of the Hunger Games trilogy, but the circumstances of his death are unknown. The presidential line of succession is unclear, so his immediate successor is also unknown. However, he was eventually succeeded by Coriolanus Snow.
I mean, hey man,
so
I can believe Coriolanus killed him.
So there may or may not be an intermediary. Suzanne Cullen has not commented. We don't know.
I guess we'll find out when the next book comes
50th?
out. 50th? Yeah, when the 50th annual Hunger Games! And the question is, are they going to bring Lucky Flickerman back, or is there going to be an intermediate Flickerman? Because it's implied that Lucky is like his grandfather or his dad or something. I want Stanley Tucci back. Like that's my summation. That's my thesis. I want Stanley Tucci back because Stanley Tucci is never bad in anything. Other than, and even then, he's really good in it. And I almost watched it for this week. We'll do the wrap up now. I almost watched it for this week. I almost watched. Have you seen The Lovely Bones or read The Lovely Bones?
Me? No.
Either of you.
No.
It's the one where
I don't believe so.
Stanley Tucci. He's a he hurts a little girl. And buries her, and it's got Mark Wahlberg in it, and she's a ghost. He's really
no, but I did find with this episode that there was a lot of ones where it was like I almost chose this one. I almost chose The Golden Compass. I almost chose Pieces of Her, which is on Netflix.
I almost chose I Am the Cheese. I almost watched that. That one's fun.
Which I guess what I'm saying is maybe we'll have to do another book to movie adaptation episode.
Gonna have to do part 2 because I will say
do part 2 on my channel.
Yeah, we'll do
part 2. 7. Maybe I'll have more than 7 subscribers by then.
Maybe I'll have more. Maybe. But with that,
You'll siphon off like 60 of ours. It'll be fine.
Yeah, hey, you could take
fine, and then you can take my 7.
Go on. So go subscribe to Literature and Lingerie and Allie over there. I have to talk about next week's episode, and being as we have a guest, I always like to give the guest the option to. So I will give you 2 options, which you think sounds like a better episode. Okay, time travel stories or stories involving cloning. And Jordan, you can also be allowed to vote, and I will break if there's a tie.
Time travel stories or stories about cloning?
About cloning.
I think I'd go with time travel. I love a good time travel story.
I feel like time travel movies have a lot more like fun plot holes to talk about.
Excellent. Okay, time travel movies it is. We'll do time travel movies. I already I was gonna do it for this week, but then that's when I came up with time travels. I'm gonna do the Time Machine, H.G. Wells' Time Machine, because I think that'll be fun.
Oh yeah, that's a classic.
Okay, so next week time travel stuff. That's gonna be fun.
I'll have to think about that one.
Allie, once again, where can the people find you?
You can find me on YouTube at, I think it's just youtube.com/literature and lingerie, and then leave is just patreon.com/Allie Parker.
Excellent. Yeah, I have your tag.
Right.
If you want to see where I am around the internet, I have a link tree on my page, and yeah, those are the 2 main places that I hang out because I don't have time for social media these days. I have too much editing to do.
I get that. I barely have the time.
That's fair.
Jordan,
that's fair.
But yeah.
Jordan, where can the people find you?
I do Minecraft Mondays on Twitch, Zethgore187, and I do this on. I mean, it has been Sundays, but with you, I never know what day it's going to be.
It's a surprise every week. You can email the show if you want to email the show. It's justinsbusiness@gmail.com if you want to sponsor the show. You can follow us for now anyway on TikTok. I'm Justin Spurr on TikTok. The show is the Spur of the Moment P on TikTok. What am I missing?
We have a Discord.
Discord. I was forgetting about Discord. Yeah, the link is permanent on Discord now, so you should be able to just click it, and it should be the same every single week.
Convenient.
Very convenient. If you want to be on the show, I have a Google form. It's got all these basic questions that'll help me formulate the show, make the show much easier. Knowing what your guest knows makes the show way easier, let me tell you.
Ooh, so much easier.
So much easier. The Discord. I feel like I'm missing something. Am I missing something? Jordan, am I missing something?
Discord. You mentioned each of our social medias. You mentioned the TikTok.
Everyone's done a plug. artemedia.org.
Yeah, I'm going to recommend time travel movies to you guys in your Discord channel.
Excellent.
Awesome.
Do so.
Awesome.
Recommend some cloning stuff too, because we're probably just going to do cloning. I'm probably just going to boot cloning to next week. The only one I want for cloning, legit, is I'm taking the 6th day. That's the only one I want. Because that movie is so much fun. That's it. That's the show.
I'll have to think on that one.
That's the show, everybody. Bye. We'll see you next week, everybody.